digital revolution is upon us. It's reshaping every fibre of society and economies around the globe. Digital technology is now a vital part of daily lives, running businesses and even countries. Central Eastern Europe has a part to play in these changes. Our vibrant region is teeming with ambition and potential. It has a chance to reap the benefits of adopting and creating technologies transforming the world. CEE must also face new emerging challenges and threats of the digital era. Navigating the uncharted waters of the digital era is not easy. Let's explore them together. Nations of Central Eastern European are bound by their culture and history. Now CEE also shares a common digital identity. Let's truly express it. Let's seize the opportunities. Let us overcome the challenges ahead. To do it, CEE needs close regional cooperation in the digital aspect. CEE Digital Coalition is here to make it happen. Digital industry organizations from all over the region share a goal of bringing it together on the digital path. Transformation of state and business, regulation, cybersecurity, digital competence, investments in digital technologies, developments of startups and scale-ups, connectivity, and more. Let's stand together on all things digital. Let's discuss the way forward towards digital CEE. Let's celebrate and reinforce our cooperation. Welcome to CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2022.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to meet everyone again at the CEE Digital Summit here in Warsaw. My name is Michał Giersz. I'll be your host. I see some familiar faces. It's great to see everyone back in here in Warsaw. Today's discussion, we've divided into several parts. I guess they resemble the most important areas of the digital transformation and the challenges we face. Having said that, we will be discussing on one hand, the regulations, the constant need to adopt law regulations as the digital world changes and the whole world changes. And this will be one chunk of our discussion. We will be discussing transatlantic cooperation as well, as we have two huge hubs in the European Union, in Europe and Northern America. And then a question of if we share the same goals, if we share the same ways of achieving them, or maybe we have different ideas. And this is also crucial for the digital transformation to happen in a coordinated way. We will be discussing what we have discussed last year, and I can pretty much bet we'll be discussing this next year and whenever this summit happens again, which is cybersecurity. As it is a constant need, there's constantly new threats and needs to address them. So this will also be a large part of our discussion today. And last but certainly not least, the digital transformation of what's closest to our hearts, which is this part of the region, which is this part of Europe, Central and Eastern Europe. So this is in very, very, very briefly said the plan for today. First of all, please let me welcome our special guests for today. First of all, Mr. Janusz Cieszyński, Secretary of State and Government Plenipotentiary for Cybersecurity at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland. He's going to be here in a second. Also, Mr. Petr Oczko will be joining us online, Minister of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, in a few minutes. It is also my great honor to welcome Mr. Vasyl Zwarycz, the Ambassador of Ukraine to Poland. Also, Mr. Mikko Halias, Ambassador of Estonia to Poland. Please greet the representatives of the Embassy of Slovenia and the Embassy of Croatia to Poland. And Mr. Tadeusz Chojnicki, Ambassador for Cyber and Tech Affairs at Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Having said that, without further ado, now please welcome to the stage Michał Kanownik, President of Digital Poland Association.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Warsaw, third time, but first was because of COVID online. It's our second time on site in Warsaw. It's a really great pleasure for me to visit in Warsaw our friends from digital industry, from whole Three Seas region, and I hope that we will meet in Warsaw every year. I would like to show you a short presentation about challenges which are behind CEE region and digital industry in our region. It's very hard to say these challenges in short presentation, but because the time I will try to be very briefly and a short few slides, few sentences about these main challenges which are behind us. So, first of all, I think that first challenge is regulations. Unfortunately, we can't imagine even our industry without regulations. Unfortunately, in the European Union, we have some problems with regulations because European Union loves over-regulated situation. And digital industry, digital technology hate over-regulation. So it's very complicated for us to find this balance between over-regulation and perfect regulation. What in details in this challenge we can notice in our industry. First, competitiveness and limits of the digital industry. EU regulations, and I can say regulatory tsunami, because right now we have on the table in Brussels a lot of regulations, AI Act, CHIPS Act, DSA, DMA, which are ready right now. But we have a big package of regulations in resilience issue. So we have a lot of ideas in Brussels, and we have to take care that this regulation will support our industry and won't kill our innovation in our region, in the whole Europe. Of course, Czech presidency in the European Union was a big support for digital industry in our region, because Czech presidency understood that we as a CEE region needs a little bit something different than the rest of Europe, and we have to find this balance between western and eastern part of EU. Next challenge, which is behind us absolutely, is digital transatlantic cooperation. As Michał mentioned on the beginning, it's crucial, especially during this hard time, during war in Ukraine. It's a great proof that without this transatlantic cooperation, the Europe, our region, will have much more problems. So close economic and political cooperation between CEE countries and USA as one of the foundation of the Three Seas initiative. This cooperation faces an entirely new set of challenges in the digital age. We have a few examples of very good practices in this way. The EU and US Trade and Technology Council. And of course, regulatory framework for AI innovation. I think that right now we have much more understanding of our interest between US and EU, and I hope that this situation will be much more longer. The war in Ukraine created a completely different situation, and I think that right now in whole Europe we have a much more understanding what is the most important in this transatlantic cooperation. We need, for sure, harmonization of regulation in the EU and US to improve our business relations. And of course, chips, which are the most important right now issue on the market and today and from the future. So the EU and US want to repatriate more chip manufacturing to reduce reliance on East Asia, which is crucial for future of our economies. The Commission wants the EU to produce at least 20% of the world's chips by 2030, but it's unclear how the bloc will achieve such an ambitious target. I hope that we'll manage it. Next challenge is absolutely without no doubts that this is crucial for us, cybersecurity in every level, every step of our activities. Without cybersecurity, we can't imagine any industry, any activity of our lives. And in this area, we can show the few main topics. After corruption and drugs, cybercrime is the third biggest organized criminal industry worldwide. Of course, criminal industry, but not only industry, but the national criminal practice is very dangerous in cybersecurity too. What we can notice during the war in Ukraine. The EU is advancing legislation to strengthen security requirements for all digital hardware and software products. Cyber Resilience Act aimed to curb cybercrime, which cost the global economy estimated 5.5 trillion in 2021. Attacks in our businesses cost the EU economy roughly 75 billion euro in 2020. But unfortunately, only 35% of CEE companies have a cybersecurity strategy for customers and data protection. So you can see how much work we have to do in this area. The next challenge is digital transformation of CEE. I think, and I hope that everyone will agree with me, that CEE countries offer a prospering environment for different tech companies right now. This region is often referred to as Silicon Valley of Europe, and I hope that this will be true for next decades. According to the recent report on VC in CEE prepared by VESBE, the disclosed number of investment in the CEE region in 2021 reached over 1,000 and exceed 5.4 billion euro. Compared to 2020, the total amount of investment doubled. And it's very good that Poland and this region is a home for great big investments in cloud, for example, services. That we as a Poland, Warsaw, has created a cloud hub for a whole region. But we have to discuss and find a way how to make CEE go from adopter to creator of cutting-edge tech. And of course, we have to support our startups, scale-ups, and support our young engineers to create new products, new services, new companies in this area. And why we are here in Warsaw during this summit, during our digital coalition of three Cs. Countries of CEE are not only often on a similar stage of the digital path, but are also culturally, historically, and socially close to one another. We understand each other much better than with Western Europe, and we have to find common solutions for many problems of our digital life. CEE appears to have a very unique own digital identity and shows potential to become a digital powerhouse of Europe. Digital challengers must act united in the digital field, and this is our goals as a digital coalition of this region. And supporting of our governments and European decision makers in building policy security and rapid and safe development of digital Europe. We, as a digital industry of this region, would like to show our governments, European Commission, the best practices, best experience, best solutions in digital area. Our ability to use the power of digital to its full potential in recovering, building resilience and assuring security and well-being of Europeans will depend on our decisions bearing the most effect on the digital landscape of our region. Welcome to CEE Digital Summit in Warsaw, one more time. Let's discuss the way forward towards digital CEE. Let's celebrate and reinforce our cooperation. And I hope that every year we'll meet in Warsaw with much more NTAs from different parts of our region, with our guests from politician side, with our guests from Brussels. And I hope that every year the understanding of our goals, our position in EU on the global market will be much more bigger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michał, for the talk. And now let's move on to the talks by our special guests. As mentioned before, we will be traveling to Prague right now, unfortunately, virtually, to meet Mr. Petr Očko, Minister of Industry and Trade at Government of Czech Republic. Minister, can we see and hear you? Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So, thank you very much for the invitation for the Digital Summit. It's my great pleasure to be here at this virtually. Unfortunately, I could not go to Warsaw in person. I like Warsaw very much. I spent there a few years of my life actually. So next time I hope I will be able to come in person. And thank you again for organizing this very relevant event. So I would like to say a few words on behalf of the Czech presidency of European Union in digital. First of all, as actually you have mentioned already in the first speech, actually Czech Republic is big supporter and proponent of open internal market, including its digital dimension. And we are also big proponent of digital economy and close cooperation in digital economy, not only within the EU, but also with like-minded third countries. And of course, these are of course the points that we are emphasizing during our presidency. A few points on our priorities in the digital agenda within the priority. Definitely, digital agenda is one of the highest priorities of the Czech presidency of the EU. Of course, Czech presidency is very much influenced by the Russian aggression in Ukraine and the subsequent energy crisis. So, of course, we do a lot in energy and in support of Ukraine generally. But of course, it influences also significantly the discussions and activities within the digital agenda. The most visible point is actually the area of cybersecurity. It was already mentioned by my predecessor. The cybersecurity is even more important topic than before. That's clear. And definitely we'll try to advance discussions on the actually recent Cyber Resilience Act, as it was already introduced here. And also, what is important, actually, we are pushing on a quick implementation of the NIS2 directive, the Network Infrastructure Services directive update. That is also very important. What is also related to the crisis caused by the Russian aggression is that we definitely need to be more united and dealing more with the propaganda and disinformation. That's also very important. And actually, in that context, I would like to mention that we had very successful European conference on fighting or tackling the information war here in Prague by the end of September. Also, what is important, and we are pushing on is quick implementation of Digital Services Act that was actually, as you know, approved already during the French presidency, but we definitely need to put it in place quite quickly. I think that the DSA, Digital Services Act, as it was finally approved, is an example of good piece of legislation. Also, from the Czech position, we are always supporting high level of harmonization on the digital market within the DSA, but without additional administrative burden. We have also been always supporting exemptions for small and medium enterprises, and we are happy that actually this was approved, and also the country of origin principle that I think is very important for us to keep the internal market, digital internal market working, and also not to increase the administrative burden. So I think DSA is a good piece of legislation that brought also a few novelties, especially in the area of illegal content. And I think we should be really efficient in implementation. Talking about implementation, actually, this is really important. It was already mentioned by my predecessor. As it was actually said, the European Union is now in time of legislative offensive in digital agenda. We have a lot of files on the table. It's not only DSA, it's also DMA, DGA, Data Act, AI Act, of course, the cybersecurity regulations and so on. So we have a lot of files on the table, and actually we definitely should take care about smart implementation and smart governance of implementation. This is something that we are actually talking very much about in the last months, and I'm also a little bit worried that if we do not take proper care about that, we could end up with actually 27 ways of implementation of I don't know, 5 or 6 files that I was mentioning before, and every member state actually having a bit different supervisory authorities, a bit different approach to regulation in the sense of actually penalties and so on. I see many states actually thinking about who should be supervisory authorities for DSA, for the new regulations in data, in artificial intelligence. Somewhere we are talking about actually upgrading the existing telecommunication regulator to be actually a digital regulator. Somewhere actually completely new agencies are being created. Somewhere we are talking about, in some countries they are talking about actually competition office being the one that will be regulating the digital. Somewhere it's more with the data protection authority. So every member state has a little bit different approach, and the different approach is also among the individual digital files, DSA, DMA, DGA, Data, AI. So I think we need to actually talk about that and to find efficient ways of actually coordination of implementation. Not to actually allow for any disruption in internal market, and not to allow for actually any unnecessary as it was mentioned before. Actually, we are fully supporting the approach that will actually emphasize the European economy needs, in the first place, the European economy needs to stay competitive and innovative. That's really important. And the regulation has to bring the framework, the necessary framework to actually to have actually internal EU internal market working and having a framework also for the new digital technologies or doing business in new digital technologies, but not to actually jeopardize the innovative environment, the innovative ecosystem of the European Union. So this is really important, and this is also what we are pushing in the other files that are on the table. I was already mentioning Data Act. That is one of the highest priorities of the Czech presidency. You definitely know Data Act should bring or should unlock the potential of industrial data for innovation. But again, we need to take care to actually tackle it very properly, not to actually not to over regulate this topic. But generally, the idea of Data Act is, I think, very progressive and relevant. So we are working on Data Act very intensively. We really would like to achieve big advancements in drafting the Data Act, but we do not promise to achieve the general approach, because we think that we primarily need to have high quality piece of legislation, not to be extremely quick on that for any price. So this is a high priority for us to actually achieve the high quality text of Data Act. If there's good consensus among the member states, the general approach is possible. But I think if the Swedish presidency is the one that finishes that, and we have a very good piece of legislation, I think it's good for everyone. So we are working very intensively on Data Act, and the second piece of legislation, digital, that we are dealing with very intensively is Artificial Intelligence Act. Again, it's about striking the right balance between proper regulation that will actually allow for high level of consumer protection and actually protection of fundamental rights, and on the one side, and actually keeping the innovation ecosystem in the EU alive on the other hand. So, as you know, artificial intelligence is a file that is being discussed much longer than Data Act. So the discussions and the text is much more mature than in Data Act. So we are now in the final discussions and drafting, hopefully, the final compromise text. But still, there are some points that remain to be cleared. Of course, we are discussing especially this definition and the extent of high risk applications and the related obligations. So again, Artificial Intelligence Act, very high priority for us. We are working every day on drafting the new version of the text, and we think that the general approach is achievable. And the goal is to have again balanced text that will actually assure that the obligations will be proportionate to the risk that the high risk applications pose. So this is again about striking the right balance, as I have said. So these are the most important files. I would like to mention one file that is also high priority for us, but it was already or the consensus was found, and it's Digital Decade Policy Program. So what I can say, actually, the first big success of the Czech presidency in digital agenda is that actually we were able during July very quickly to organize and to close trialogues with the European Parliament on digital decade policy programs. So the consensus is there. I think it's really important because as you know, the digital decade policy program is actually kind of a strategy of the European Union in digital. So actually, digital decade policy program actually is a way how to implement the digital compass strategy. So all the four components: digital infrastructure, transformation of digital transformation of business, digital transformation of public administration, and digital skills. These four areas, how to achieve the goals that the European Union has until 2030. So I think it's really important to have it concluded. So the consensus is there, last but not least, from the legislative files, actually we are very curious and expecting the Connectivity Infrastructure Act that is actually a piece of legislation that should be replacing the existing broadband cost reduction directive. If we speak about digital society, digital economy, we always have to have in mind that all of this is possible thanks to digital infrastructure, and this Connectivity Infrastructure Act should actually bring new measures how we can be more efficient in deploying the digital infrastructure in the EU. So we originally were expecting that the Commission will publish the Connectivity Infrastructure Act in the spring. Unfortunately, it did not happen, but we believe that it will be now. So we will at least open the debate on this, and hopefully the Swedish presidency can quickly find a consensus on this. So this was about legislative files, and just a few words on our other priorities. Czech Republic is always emphasizing the importance of cooperation with the third countries that share the same democratic values. So in that sense, we very much support the cooperation with many countries, but especially the USA, and we support actually the work of Trade and Technology Council, and we all know that Trade and Technology Council actually is also targeting the digital agenda. We think that actually the Commission is doing a good job, but we think that it could be a little bit more open and transparent to actually to the member states. So that this is one of the points we are actually emphasizing, that TTC is really important. We need to make it working, and the member states should be more involved in the work of TTC. We are happy that we have newly announced TTC with India. We are supporting other digital partnerships in Indo-Pacific, namely South Korea or Singapore, and of course the extension of EU-Japan agreement. In that context, we are always against any digital protectionism, but we really think that Europe has to be actually more sovereign in the new technologies. But we rather emphasize the term of open strategic autonomy rather than talking about digital sovereignty, because if we speak about open strategic autonomy, we can emphasize the word open. We really shouldn't build the fortress Europe. We should keep cooperation with the third countries open and active, and especially in these difficult times with the Russian aggression, we should be more closely cooperating with the like-minded partners in North America or anywhere else in the world, because we are stronger if we have good friends with. We are also very happy for regional cooperation, but also I would like to mention that we are happy for the cooperation of the digitally like-minded states. I think that the D9 Plus platform was or is very successful. We were happy to have a meeting in Prague of D9 Plus this spring, and we are also happy for all the participants but also other countries. And definitely, I think D9 Plus is actually a platform that is actually moving a lot of things forward in the EU. But also CEE countries do a lot of work together. This is important. I will share the opinion that we CEE countries are the real digital challengers, and a lot of innovative activities are happening here, and we are always happy to actually support close cooperation in this. We are happy for many activities done by Slovenian presidency. We are also supporting the Czech presidency, and we are also happy that actually Poland is keeping this tradition of CEE Digital Summit. So this is almost all, and the last few information on our presidency. We plan to have a formal meeting of the Telecommunication Council, the Telecommunication Formation of the Council on the 6th of December. We are expecting to have a lot of discussion on the legislation, but also on the governance of implementation that I was mentioning before, not to allow for actually this chaos in implementation stemming out of the fact that we have now several big files on the table, and actually we need to coordinate the implementation. And I also wanted to mention that on actually starting from the 2nd of November until the 4th of November, we have several high-level events on digital agenda organized in Prague. On the 2nd of November, we organize a site event with our industrial partners called Digital Council, where we will speak about transatlantic relations together with Atlantic Council. On the 3rd of November, there's a big cybersecurity conference focusing on supply chain, and on the 4th of November, that I would really emphasize as probably the most important day of this digital week, will be focusing on actually the new digital legislation in the context of keeping the European economy competitive and innovative. So you are very much welcome, and we're very happy for the close cooperation in the next months. So that's all. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I wish you good luck and fruitful discussion during the summit.
Thank you very much, Minister Petr Oczko of Prague. Thank you for your invitation and for your talk. Thanks a lot. And moving back to Warsaw, there is a lot going on in the Chancellery of Prime Minister, I'd say right now probably, but the Prime Minister has written an address to the summit, so please welcome to the stage Mr. Jędrzej Kotarski to read the address by Prime Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, the letter is in Polish, so I permit myself to read in Polish. Szanowni Państwo, tegorocznym CEE Digital Summit odbywa się w szczególnych okolicznościach. Cieniem na naszych planach kładzie się wojna w Ukrainie. Konflikt, w którym z jednej strony Rosja reaktywuje demony XX wieku, nacjonalizm, kolonializm i imperializm, z drugiej zaś używa do walki narzędzi, które są symbolem XXI wieku. Nowożytne wojny toczyły się na lądzie,
first century
oceanach
tools
oraz w
to wage
powietrzu.
the war.
Wojny na
Contemporary wars were waged on land, sea, air, but today
aby
cyberspace is yet another domain.
nie pokazała, że rosyjską armię można
The war in Ukraine has shown that the Russian army can be beaten.
z największych
But
w świecie armii internetowych trolli.
this also includes fighting against one of the biggest armies of internet trolls in the world.
Tylko kwestia ochrony przed
Cybersecurity is therefore necessary. It's not just about protecting information, it's about being able to withstand hybrid attacks that can paralyze key infrastructure of the country. Developing alliances and developing trade markets, destroying trade markets is Putin's strategy.
wykorzystać trudny moment dla Zachodu.
Russia knows very well how to use this difficult moment for Europe. Since the beginning of the war, the Kremlin has been using its propaganda machine to disrupt the unity of the West and to make our people more concerned. Our region of Central and Eastern Europe is particularly vulnerable to aggression, so we have to cooperate closer. Poland and Ukraine have signed a cybersecurity agreement recently. The idea behind it is to have exchange in terms of digital, legal and regulatory solutions, and also cooperation between the judiciary and the law enforcement agencies and joint reaction to cyber attacks. All of this shows how multifaceted the challenges of today are. To ensure a high level of security, governments and internet platforms have to cooperate. Since the beginning of the war, we have done a lot to combat disinformation. We propose that a cooperation channel is set up for Polish and Ukrainian fact-checkers. Without trust, which is built through acting in solidarity, we won't be able to withstand this hybrid attack. Traditionally, sovereignty was about protecting your borders. These days, this definition is insufficient. We need to define internet sovereignty and create an alliance of forces that will be responsible for internet security. When we talk about freedom and security, we have to realize that technology in itself is not sufficient. We need political will and we need legal solutions. As never before, Europe stands united and determined to work together. The potential which is forged in our joint fight is just a prelude to our cooperation in peacetime. And there are many more challenges to come, such as the development of 5G, and I'm convinced that together we can do it better and in a more secure way. I'm convinced that your summit will be another step towards the accomplishment of these goals. I wish you very fruitful debates. Mateusz Morawiecki, Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now please welcome to the stage Mr. Tadeusz Chomicki, Ambassador for Cyber and Tech Affairs at Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Poland.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I just landed from Canada in the middle of the night, so I want to share with you some remarks from very international perspective. The remarks I want to make is how we see the picture of the cybersecurity and cooperation from the perspective of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also wider international relations. Just want to give you a framework of what is the most important elements of the picture. The international relations, international cooperation in ICT and in cybersecurity can be seen from several perspectives. Of course, in the MFA, the political perspective is the most important for our daily work, but there is also operational perspective of international cooperation, where we share information needed to mitigate and defend and to respond to cyber threats. Then there is also regulatory dimension of cooperations, when we try to set up rules, and we try to set up a legal framework for the cooperation, which is very important. And there is, last but not least, a business international cooperation, which can be also divided in several subsectors, like supply, development of new technologies, and then the security of those. There are different formats of this international cooperation. In that sense, the easiest usually to achieve is the bilateral cooperation, because as it was said already, cooperation in cyber requires trust, and the trust is built over time. And this is easiest on the bilateral level between two countries. But of course, such cooperation is needed also in different regional formats. For us in Poland, the closest, the most important daily frameworks of such cooperation is the European Union, which is focusing on regulatory matters, on support of the development of new technologies, etc., and also NATO, which is focused on our security, common and joint security, including in the cyberspace. But there are also regional formats that I must mention. Specifically, there is Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and I have to mention it because this year Poland has been chairing, or is chairing, the works of the OSCE. When we were last year preparing our priorities for the cooperation in cybersecurity for the OSCE, we were talking about how cyber education and increasing the social awareness of threats coming from the cyberspace should result in societal resilience to the cyber threats. But the Russian aggression on Ukraine and the Russian war in Ukraine focused our works on operationalization of CBMs, focused, for example, on critical infrastructure protection. Then we also have specific initiatives that Poland has been part of, is cooperation within the 3Cs initiative, when we try to bring business cooperation between Central Europe, America, closer to result in increasing the capacities of this region. Finally, we have the level of a global cooperation in international relations, which is UN framework. And within UN, we have different dimensions as well. We have the first committee, in which we are working on responsible states' behavior in cyberspace. This has been again challenged this year severely by the Russian aggression in Ukraine. The third committee is focused on cybercrime. This year we have started works on a possible future convention in regulating how we fight with the cybercrime on international level, although we have already a good convention in place in Europe, Budapest Convention. And last but not least, in this UN global format, we have something we didn't think before so much about, because we used to think this is very technical issues. The ITU, for example, technical agendas on international relations, used to do a very technical work. But today, the slogan is the technical is new political. And we have seen recently choosing the new authorities for the ITU. The ITU will regulate how the cyberspace is going to be regulated, how it's going to work. And today it became also a politicized dimension of different views of the values, the protection of human rights, freedom of speech, etc. So not developing any more of that, I wanted to say that cybersecurity is the most international security of all. We see everyday pictures of Russian aggression on Ukraine in kinetic dimension. We see Russian killing, bombing Ukraine. We can observe it also from satellites where the Russian forces are moving. This is also touching upon the cyber dimension of this war. It's very important that we share this information with Ukrainian friends. But we don't see these daily attacks in cyberspace because we can't see that. This is going on all the time. The Ukraine had been attacked 1 hour before this kinetic attack by the huge cyber operation on Viasat satellite communication, and there there was a spillover effect to many countries in Europe and outside Europe. Germany, Poland had felt the results of this attack, which major target was, of course, Ukraine and the Ukrainian military forces using this Viasat communication. As a result, it shows that there's no cybersecurity without international cooperation, and this cooperation must be developed very strongly. But there is also no cybersecurity without trans-sectorial cooperation. There's no more trans-sectorial cooperation needed in cyber than elsewhere. In cyber, we cannot have one sector of the government, one sector of the society, of the statehood secured while the others are not. And we cannot have a safe military but not safe water supply, or safe administration, government administration, without safe local administration. So this is most transsectorial. In this transsectorial picture, the cooperation with the private sector is key element. Both the international dimension and cooperation with the private sector has been highlighted in the leading nations in cyber and ICT developments. The last year's new cyber strategy of the UK points out the necessity of working truly across the nations, but also points out the role of the private sector and the government. That has been highlighted again by the Russian aggression on Ukraine. The private sector is very important because private sector's resources when it comes to information are reaching out beyond those in the possession of the governments. So we see the positive change as the government, I say, we see the positive change in the attitude of the private sector when it comes to sharing information which are needed to fight the threats coming from the cyberspace. This is not an easy topic. In March, I have spent a few years in California. I had the pleasure talking to the VPs of the global companies like Microsoft, IBM, NVIDIA, Google, etc. We talk about how we can improve the cooperation between governments and private sector, and many of those are depending on the regulatory measures, but the trust, again, like between the governments, the trust between governments and the private sector is a condition. So this is what we are also focusing on a lot. And this picture, which is on one hand very international, on the other hand very transsectorial. The picture, the framework in which the cybersecurity ICTs can be developed is also bringing us to the question how we work with different partners. It is not a secret that in the last few years there was a concept of European autonomy or European sovereignty developed, that Europe has been should develop its own capacities to be less dependent on the partners from outside of the European Union, be it from China or the US, from the East or from the West, doesn't matter. And there is a lot of positive elements, of course, because that would force the Europeans to develop more their own capacities. And this is the right direction. But what I like personally, and I speak for myself now, I like to use the word self-sufficiency rather than autonomy or sovereignty, because Europe cannot at this moment achieve autonomy or sovereignty without working with our allies and our friends. So yes, on one hand, we should keep developing our own capacities in Poland, the European Union, the newly established European Center for Cybersecurity Compatibilities in Bucharest, which is kicking off now, is a good example. This institution is going to bring the European money and also create an environment in which European companies from various countries and also bigger and smaller companies can work together to achieve better capacities, because Europe has capacities, but they are very fragmented between countries, small companies, and when we can put it together, we can produce something positive. But this cannot be done without a close cooperation with the major allies of Europe in security. And again, Ukrainian defense, the Russian aggression showed that we need this cooperation cooperation within Europe and our allies within the NATO, the US, UK, Canada, etc. So in that sense, we welcomed the creation of the Trade and Technology Council between the European Union and US. This is the framework in which we are trying to create the environment for better cooperation in technologies, ICT technologies, while preserving achievements in regulatory measures. Europe has achieved a lot, regulatory protection for the citizens and the states of Europe. That needs to be taken into account by the companies, including American companies, and this needs to be somehow resolved, and this is happening. Also, this format I mentioned, 3Cs initiative, is trying to bring the cooperation between the businesses and technologies from US and region of the Central and Eastern Europe, better enhance the cooperation results with the support of the governments. And then, as Minister Oczko mentioned in his intervention, we are working closer with the selected like-minded partners, sometimes very far away from us, like Japan, Republic of Korea, or Australia. So I wanted to thank the organizers of this event for bringing all of us here and to share our thoughts on how we can improve the cooperation both between governments and private sector within the sectors, but also on the international relations. This private-public partnership is very needed, and this international much deeper and wider cooperation is also very needed. And in this context, with the permission of President of the organization, I want to mention that exactly in 1 week from now, on 21st of October in Łódź, Poland is hosting the Cyber and ICT Security Conference of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, or CEE. So we are just working with our partners here on how we can organize an event, a panel, where the representatives of the private sector would have a voice and can talk with the administration about these important topics. And I hope that many of you will join us in Łódź next week. Thank you again. I wish you very successful discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we could treat this as at least part of an introduction to most of the areas that we are about to cover, as you have covered transatlantic cooperation, local cooperation in the region of CEE, regulation, cybersecurity, pretty much all of them. So thank you very much for the talk. And now, as we are speaking of cooperation within the region, let's please meet our colleagues, friends, fellow organizations from the region. Online again, Andrej Ferdus at SPCR, Czech Republic. Hello, good morning. Yeah, morning still. Valentin Negoita at Aptetic, Romania. Igor Zorko of Slovenian Digital Coalition, and Mindaugas Ubartas on Infobalt, Lithuania. Good morning, gentlemen. We're kind of sorry you're not with us here today, but some of you familiar faces again. Igor, I was said that you would be the one to wanted to be here the most. Igor Zorko?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just take a minute. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the invitation to the organizers. So the CEE Digital Coalition, I think it's very important that we work together. And I would like to thank you in the name of Slovenian Digital Coalition, in the name of ICT Association of Slovenia and Chamber of Commerce of Slovenia. Because we don't have enough initiatives that connect the region, CEE region, because we have very similar challenges, as you mentioned, all the speakers before me. So this regulation changes implementation of every this regulation in region and also in the countries. And I think it's very important also that was mentioned the cooperation between the public and private sector, and that we together develop this digital ecosystem or digital services or digital environment which is safe and user adapted, but at the same time friendly to businesses and to society, so to the people. In Slovenia, we invest a lot in effective, but at the same time friendly regulation, EU regulation for our people and our businesses. At the same time, we know we have to build trust and digital competencies of all the people and businesses, and this is a big challenge. But at the same time, we try to connect the public and private services, digital services, to develop some kind of positive ecosystem for working and living in Slovenia. But at the same time, we have to work and live not just in Slovenia, but also in the region, as you mentioned before. So cooperation and trust, I think, in this digital field is very important, and we support this kind of event, and we are very happy that we were involved in CEE region digital coalition, but at the same time that we can be a part of this summit. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Igor. And let's just for a second jump to Valentin, to Romania.
Hi, everybody. I wish, first of all, to congratulate you for organizing this digital summit. Sorry not being with you in Warsaw, but we have some events tomorrow which we organize, so I have to be present online. So I fully agree with the speakers of the forum that we all need cooperation and trust in implementing digital policies in Central and Eastern Europe. And at the same time, we need partnerships, both between the countries and, of course, between the private and the state authorities in, let's say, implementing digital policies. We are, for instance, now working with the authorities in order to improve digital competencies or digital skills policies in Romania, all over Romania, in implementing, let's say, some badly needed strategies and programs in order to make our human resources, let's say, skilled, both for, let's say, professional and for, let's say, daily business and daily life. So I won't prolong my statement. I just wish to say that I hope to work together in the future in implementing common regional policies and, let's say, endorse some common topics which are ahead of us in the coming months. Thank you for receiving me, and of course for inviting up the TIC to be present in this important digital summit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please stay with us. Hope it's also fruitful for you. Have a good day and have a good afternoon. Thank you very much. And now for maybe the most significant, maybe the most important part of our summit today, please welcome back to the stage Michał Kanownik.
Thank you very much. I fully agree. The most pleasant for me part of our meeting last year, together with all my friends from Digital Coalition, we decided to establish a special award to a person every year who is the most important for digital transformation of our region. And this year is a first edition when this award will be granted. So, Digital Trident is an award given by the digital industry from CEE region. This year is its first edition, and the laureate is immediately unique. In its concept, the award is and will continue to be awarded to the most deserving person in the digitalization of the region. There is a country that, although not part of the Free Seas initiative, but a partner of our initiative, has been bravely standing up to the Russian dictatorship for nearly 8 months. It's Ukraine. And even though last Monday, the citizens of this beautiful country were once again woken up by bomb blasts, they are putting up a resistance that is hard to compare with anything. The daily struggle of the Ukrainians we not only watch, admire and are grateful for as they fight for the freedom of us all, but we also help and want to continue to help. Also in the digital dimension and in this area, as well as in the field of armed struggle, Ukraine has much to be proud of and is doing very well. Therefore, the jury of Digital Trident Award had not the slightest doubt that the most deserving and worthy person to be awarded in the first edition is Mikhailo Fedorov, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. In presenting the award, I will use a quote that can be seen on Vice Prime Minister Fedorov's social media. It's short but blunt and to the point. Be brave like Ukraine. Thank you very much and congratulations. Slava Ukraini! Unfortunately, because of situation in Ukraine, Mr. Fedorov couldn't come to Warsaw, but we have a special message from him.
World's bravest country. I am grateful for inviting me to the 3rd Central Eastern Europe Digital Summit this year. However, I am not attending in person. I am sending here my sincere wishes. It's an honor for me to receive the first Digital Trident Award. It's important for Ukraine and my team in particular that the world notices our efforts on digital transformation, as well as Ukrainian experience on staying resilient in wartime. 2022 is the hardest year for our country. Almost 8 months we have been fighting with unfair and illegal Russian aggression. This week we've been convinced once again they are not just occupiers, they are terrorists. Massive cruise missiles attacks on Ukrainian cities targeted civil people and our infrastructure facilities. Kyiv residents were burned in cars on the morning way to work in the very heart of the Ukrainian capital. Numerous electricity and telecom lines were damaged. People have lost the access to the essentials, light at home, and the opportunity to call a beloved one. This is a rocket terrorism. This is not related to winning over strategic objects. This was made to scare, distract, and, let's be honest, to kill Ukrainians. Back in 1991, Ukraine chose to be an independent, sovereign country. In 2022, we are fighting for our choice. From the early days of full-scale invasion, we understood that we can win only with the help of technologies, new approaches and innovations. The war in Ukraine proved that digital is as important as the newest weapons. The war in Ukraine showed in modern warfare there are two front lines, battlefield and cyberspace. We are dealing with the world's first cyber war, and I must say, quite successfully. Ukraine manages to stay online no matter what. Our critical infrastructure, state registers, banks and media sources, everything operates. Today, we've demonstrated that Russia is not such a powerful state as everyone thought. They are neither the Second World Army, not the best hackers. It's possible to repel 99% of Russian cyber attacks on a daily basis. It's possible to launch public services under full-scale invasion. It's possible to rebuild 3,000 base stations in a day. It's possible to create the army of drones. It's possible to share our digital transformation practices with Poland and Estonia. And we believe it's possible to rebuild Ukraine fast, efficient and better. Still, Ukraine understands that we are standing together with our partners. We do appreciate all the support Ukraine has already received and keep receiving, from Starlink terminals to hosting our refugees. from security of state register in clouds to donating drones for our army. And this will be our joint victory, a victory of digital over outdated tanks. I want to end my speech with a call to action. Obviously, Ukraine and Europe are stronger together. Our country is a great partner in many ways. Ukraine is a homeland of talented and well-educated people, progressive businesses, and the experience on building digital state and responding to cyber threats. Cooperation with such partners as Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Latvia, Lithuania, Slovenia, Estonia, Bulgaria, Romania, this is an opportunity for everyone to develop and to rise. Let's create a safe and resilient cyber environment. Let's share our best practices. Let's build the best digital states together. Slava Ukraini!
To receive the award, Mr. Ambassador.
Well, to balance the languages here, I will probably speak in Polish. And, well, in fact, I'm ambassador of Ukraine, but to Poland, so I will speak Polish language. But thank you so much. Dziękuję bardzo serdecznie za tą wysoką nagrodę.
Thank you very much for this award.
Zaszczycony odebrać tą nagrodę w imieniu.
It's an honor for me to be able to receive this award on behalf of Deputy Prime Minister Fedorov.
Nagroda dla tej drużyny pana Fedorowa, dla tej dzielnej ekipy, która...
And it's the second award of this sort to the Deputy Prime Minister and his brave team who have been fighting cybernetic attacks and the different threats in the cyberspace since the beginning of the war. So this prize is well deserved for the hard work. And this is also a token of the solidarity of the Polish nation with the Ukrainian nation, which has been suffering under Russian invasion. Ukraine has proven that even during war, it is possible to repel cyber attacks and to develop a balanced digital infrastructure thanks to cooperation with high-tech companies and peer states. In spite of the war, in spite of the aggression of Russia on our country, the exports of the Ukrainian IT sector are growing. The Digital for Freedom initiative has been created in Ukraine to ensure technological progress and economic progress for the country and the people. Investing in the Ukrainian IT department, in the Ukrainian IT sector, is a safe investment even during the war, and this will constitute a significant aid to Ukraine. As I receive this award, I'm convinced it's very well deserved. Deputy Prime Minister Fedorov is definitely a visionary who, together with his team, has created the electronic platform and the database called DIA, where about 16 million Ukrainians have posted all of our official documents. The idea is to move all state services to your smartphone, to be able to have access to all these services. And this is something we're working on very effectively. Right now, every Ukrainian can use the smartphone, for example, to start a business. You can run your business on your smartphone. You can confirm your identity digitally with a smartphone, and so forth. In 1991, Poland was the first country to recognize the independence of Ukraine. Poland was also the first country to recognize the DIA platform, and together with the Ministry of Digitization of Poland, we have the official DIA PL application, which is helping our citizens to legalize their status in Poland. As a result of the DIA PL application in their smartphone, they can move freely in the EU and outside of its boundaries. So this is a great example of our very close cooperation for our citizens and for the Ukrainian and Polish societies. The Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and his team have started United 24, which is a platform for donors, where you can choose what goals you want to pay your money for the reconstruction of Ukraine or humanitarian aid or military aid. And all of this works in a very transparent way as part of this digital platform. And it was also Mr. Fedorov who created and led our army of drones, which is so successfully fighting on the front lines with the support of the Polish partners as well. So I would like to encourage you to cooperate with the IT sector in Ukraine. It's got great prospects ahead of it. It's got modern, innovative people who don't just love their own home, but they are very open and receptive to the whole world. And I do encourage you to keep supporting Ukraine also in this space of cybersecurity. I would also like to call on tighter sanctions for the IT sector in Russia. The IT world should withdraw from Russia completely and not allow Russia to use global IT products to finance and to run this barbaric attack on Ukraine. I'm sure that together we'll prevail and make Europe a safer place. Thank you for this award. Slava Ukraini, long live Poland.
Mam nadzieję, że jak najszybciej będziemy mogli spotkać się.
I do hope we will get a chance to meet again very soon in peace. And then, hopefully, together with Prime Minister Fedorov, we'll be able to celebrate the end of the war and also a closer, ever closer cooperation between Ukraine and Poland in cybersecurity. Thank you. We'll prevail together.
Thank you very much. Bardzo dziękujemy za te ważne słowa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the important words. As we have heard several times today, indeed, cybersecurity is one of the most important issues that we will be covering. And just in a minute, we will be going into our first discussion panels that will cover the regulations issue, which is also important on both fields of cybersecurity and regulation itself. Yes, that's mine. For this reason, we believe that, well, regulation is indeed one of the most important parts. If you even consider cybersecurity, if you consider securing the networks, if you consider personal data, if you consider actually any kind of human activity that involves money, for example, or data, regulations is one of the most important parts. Although Michał Kanownik before said that this digital sector would probably want less regulation, but then we all realized this is not an option and this is not possible. So for the first discussion panel in just a second, and this is what I needed this for, If I may please ask to the stage Michał Boni, senator at CEE Europe, SWPS University, former minister, former member of Polish and European Parliament. Morning, hello. Mr. Jakub Bińkowski, director of the Department of Law and Legislation of the Union of Entrepreneurs and Employers. Andrej Ferdus as SPCR, Czech Republic. Ray Pinto, Digital Transformation Policy Director for Digital Europe. Mariana Sidorov, Ministry of Technology and Development in Poland. And Victor Negrescu, member of the European Parliament in Romania with his recorded address. And to moderate this conversation, this discussion panel, please, Karolina Zbytniewska, editor at euroactive.pl. Hi.
My name is, as already said, Karolina Zbytniewska. I'm the editor-in-chief at Euractiv Poland, and I will have a pleasure and honor of moderating this debate on challenges, regulatory challenges within the European Union. But first, I have also a big honor of asking Mr. Ray Pinto, Digital Transformation Policy Director for Digital Europe, to offer us the keynote speech.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much. And it's very difficult to follow such an amazing presentation before from the Ukraine ambassador. Actually, while he was speaking, I was sitting next to his colleague, and he was showing me this app where a Ukraine refugee could get all access to all their information, health data, everything they need. So we have more data sharing between Poland and Ukraine, but we can't do that in the EU, which is, very interesting. So I'm going to be talking about a couple of different areas to help, I'll just get my slides up, to kind of set the debate and for our panel. There we go, thank you very much. Just very quickly, Digital Europe is made up of many national trade associations, many of you in the room, as well as a cross range of different sectors in the digital area. And we do a lot of engagement and thought leadership. Please go to our website. We have a lot of information, I think, to share. But I think the topic today is really what President van der Leyen is trying to achieve, and she has, as you've heard in all the speeches in the past hour, that Europe is digital and it needs to be more digital. Why is that? Well, if you look at the digital economy in 2020, it was very small. It still is very small. We have been pushing KPI that has to double. And I'm not sure we're very close to that, to be honest. But what is the Commission trying to achieve? Well, it's going to open up a vast amount of opportunity, and I think a vast amount of opportunity for the CEE region. Just out of curiosity, does anybody here know the three I'll say the two EU countries that have the fastest growing software developer community in all of Europe? Does anyone know? Guess, shout it out. One of them is the country you're in right now, Poland. Exactly, Romania, and the third is Ukraine. So, this is what's at stake here. We want to make sure that these regulations are going to be growing and helping this community, not hurting this community or creating obstacles. And, I think it was Minister Oczko from the Czech presidency who said, we got to make sure, and it's kind of the theme of really what I want to say, we got to make sure that these regulations are proportionate to the risks. And we don't want to move too fast in moving these regulations and putting something out that could hurt that innovation and that community. And what's at stake here is a Europe that comes together, it's sharing data, it's creating common health data spaces or data spaces for finance, data spaces for research or skills or agriculture. So really a single market for data is something that we should be striving for. But to make that happen, you have the tsunami of regulations. regulations, and this is literally just a small amount of the 130 different regulations our trade association is trying to deal with. Yes, these regulations will make Europe safer. It'll make the technologies more trusted and adaptable. But how do we get there is going to create a strong and serious debate. And this is why I say don't move quickly, especially when you look at data sharing in the Data Act that could actually be forcing mandates, making companies, private sector companies, sharing valuable IP with governments. We do not want governments overstepping and abusing that right. It has to be done in the right way. There have to be clear rules when you want to switch different cloud platforms. You want to have clear definitions on what is raw data. So there's a lot more work that needs to be done, but there's a lot more opportunity. And if you see, when you look at AI, there is a huge potential here in boosting in the trillions, you know, when you're and boosting job opportunity. If we can get another important act, the AI Act, which is also moving, I think, in our opinion, far too quickly than it should. We don't want to be in a situation where the media is deciding how quickly regulation should be done. We have yet to see massive amounts of market failure that would require a fast-moving regulation. Yes, let's move quickly on creating a health data space, but let's think carefully when we're creating the AI Act, because there's a lot at stake. Should we just be banning technologies? Should we be throwing very strict, burdensome requirements? What is going to happen when your software developers are growing and moving fast and then fall under requirements that's going to limit their potential? So these things have to be thought out carefully, and definitely you don't want to be in a situation in which a Polish company is trying to get investment, but then the regulation says, well, you are very high risk. What do you think is going to happen? The investment's going to run the other way. It's going to go to North America. It's going to go to Asia and China. So let's make sure that the money is coming here. And as you can see, we're still very, very far behind. So as you heard in the last one, we are operating in a new normal. So we're going to start seeing more and more different, I think, regulations that are on the horizon. And that's been stimulated by, you know, the war, of course, and COVID. We have supply chains that are completely disrupted. It was very difficult, you know, I think, for the health sector to react. Everyone was very data limited. But the Ukraine conflict has been, you know, definitely a wake-up call. It has shown several very important things. One, and you heard the Foreign Affairs Minister from Poland. It's important that cyber information is being shared in the EU. And I'll give you an example. In the Czech Republic, in 2020, during the height of the COVID crisis, a hospital was attacked by ransomware. They were unable to treat their patients. Patients were at risk. Patients were at risk of dying. And what happened is that it was impossible for the experts in the private sector, experts in the pharma community, to be able to unlock that ransomware, to break it, and to free that hospital, because the rules are not there. And also, there's no governance in the EU where information can move and be shared so that we can address and prevent these evil players, if I may use that, to hinder our vulnerable sectors. And if that, you know, would happen today, again, those sectors would be vulnerable. So we need to make sure the governance is there and in place and moving very quickly at the speed as these other bad actors are moving. And we also need skills. And that is something that I think, you know, we as a community with all the NTAs can come together, create a framework where skills and cybersecurity skills can be addressed. There's over 200,000 open headcount. Thank God my son is studying cybersecurity, so he's my retirement plan. But when you look at funding, there's also a lot of money on the table. Right? It's right there. So, you know, let's take advantage of this. Let's get, you know, the CEE countries and communities and developer communities to be accessing those funds and building these technologies. I'm just going to skip over this a bit quick. We talked about the CHIPS Act. It's a great act. very little money. And we're now looking at treating chips like vaccines. They're not vaccines. We shouldn't be storing them. You know, it's a very complex, diverse thing. It's not just, you know, really small nano chips to address advanced AI. It's larger chips that make cars function and planes fly. So, you know, we have to understand this complexity. We have to invest the R&D in the right way. Now, one thing that I hope gets addressed firmly, but I have yet to hear it today, is the fragmentation in the single market. It is a debilitating problem in the EU. We hear a lot of talk at political level. We need more action. And when you look at the amount of money, the difficulties for SMEs to trade over borders, then, you know, it has to be addressed. And I just want to give you, you know, just one example. And this is an example I hope all member states, you know, hear very carefully. Don't take the EU regulations and then implement it in a different way in your country. You're creating fragmentation. And I'll show you a great example here. This is my home country of France, so I think I'm allowed to do that. I'm not picking on France. It's, you know, every member state is to blame. But if you look at France, the Triman logo, which you put on products, it's completely different than the EU standard, and completely different what Spain put in. So if you are an SME and creating products and you have to do different stickers and put that on, imagine the costs and the problems that you're going to be doing in limiting your industries and the EU industries. One last slide here is, and I'm not going to go into this in depth, but you can see the complexity of what we need for Cyber Resilience Act. And we don't want to be in a scenario, you know, where we're blocking developers and SMEs in producing products that will then all of a sudden be seen as the greatest risk, because you have authorities who do not understand AI. They do not understand the risks. They are under-resourced and they're overworked. So if they look at a product and they say, I don't understand this, well, you know what? I'm going to classify it highest risk. Again, no money, no investment, a lot of compliance. Polish companies, Eastern European companies will not get their products to market quickly. So we have to be careful about this. I'm just going to share, again, the money question. There's a lot of money on the table. Digital Europe program has money. We have been winning a lot of these projects, working across the CEE countries and across the EU in consortiums to try and build, you know, these data spaces and these skills areas and AI areas. And I just want to leave one call to action. If you're a business, then you're probably wondering, okay, how am I going to navigate all that? And I hope I wasn't, you know, I'm not fear-mongering, I'm not trying to scare you. But the best way to navigate is be part of one of these trade associations. These guys are going to be navigating all this, working together, making sure skills are there, trying to get these regulations right. We're here today to do that. And I think that would be my greatest call to action, is to support these trade associations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pinto. So we've heard the speech by Ray Pinto from Digital Europe, and with us also Jakub Binkowski, Director of the Department of Law and Legislation of the Union of Entrepreneurs and Employers, Związek Przedsiębiorców i Pracodawców, ZPP. Welcome. Michał Boni, Senator at SME Europe, SWPS University, former MEP and former Minister from Poland. Welcome.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon, I don't know.
Almost. Ondrej Ferdus online with us from SPCR, Confederation of the Industry of the Czech Republic. Marianna Sidorow, Director at the Ministry of Technology and Development from Poland.
Hello.
Good morning, almost good afternoon. As everyone here knows all too well, the digital landscape is shaped by much more than technology, also by regulation that Ray Pinto now concisely talked about. The finalized D files, so DSA, DMA, DGA, have created a sense consequence of a post-traumatic stress disorder in many businesses, and now they are conscious that new regulations are in the pipeline. So among them AI Act, EID Act, Data Act, and also already mentioned very complicated Cyber Resilience Act. But we know that all these laws are being worked upon and implemented not just for law's sake, but to create a safer digital space in which fundamental rights of all users, consumers, citizens are protected, and to establish the level playing field that will help the businesses grow, to innovate, and to be competitive in the end, and to make the European Union become a real standard setter in the world. It all sounds really nice, but we now will talk about the reality. So I would like to ask and start from Mr. Jakub Binkowski. What's your view about how EU regulations influence innovativeness and competitiveness of Poland, of Central Eastern Europe, and maybe of the EU in general?
Okay, so first of all, in fact, all of the acts that you have mentioned have indeed great goals put into them, but I'll ask you one question. Do we really feel like our personal data is managed better after GDPR was implemented? Because I personally don't have this feeling. I don't know about you. So I have this one presumption that is obvious, but I feel it needs to be underlined. So in order to have an innovative digital economy, we need to have as friendly and as predictable regulatory environment as possible. And what we are trying to do actually right now, this is just my feeling, but it's a feeling based on observations of quite a few years, especially last years, is that we are more focused on impacting on or harming those so-called tech giants than we are on developing our own tech giants. And that's, I believe, is the main reason that we are failing to effectively regulate digital market, because of course no one says that digital market doesn't need to be regulated. Of course it needs to be regulated, but it needs to be regulated in a proportionate way. And now we have look at the scope of, I don't know, DMA, look at the proposed scope of digital tax in the past, look at the regulations regarding data collection. All of those acts or propositions are basically aimed at actually specific companies. So the main goal of European Union right now, I believe in regulatory terms, is not to create a friendly environment, legal environment for European companies to develop and to globalize, but to actually impact some of the specific companies that are really so-called global companies. So now we have another idea in this field. Actually, is this traffical telco tax, so-called, which aims at collecting money from, again, tech companies due to the network traffic generated by them. And I mean, this is pretty ridiculous. Billions of euros were spent in the last few years in Poland only in order to develop and maintain the infrastructure for digital economy, for infrastructure of for telco infrastructure, basically. And right now we are speaking about 20% of over 700 billion euros from EU Recovery Fund to be also spent on mostly developing digital infrastructure. So this idea is completely outrageous, and I believe in the next few days there will be a letter published signed by 20 organizations. Most of them were included in the last slide that you provided. I actually haven't seen ZPP at the slide.
It was there.
It was there?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So,
at the top.
Okay, great. So most of the organizations included in this slide also undersigned this letter, and ZP of course signed this letter also. When we show, and in this letter we show that this proposal of somehow taxing the internet traffic, the traffic generated at digital network, while it aims at specific companies, it will actually harm again European businesses. For example, European gaming businesses. Poland has a great gaming sector. Not only Poland, Belarusian, for example, gaming sector is pretty big. Ukrainian gaming sector is pretty big. Ukraine is about to set the accession road soon. So basically, this idea is another idea that will, while being aimed at specific companies, it will harm European businesses. And I believe that's my main concern when it comes to European regulations about digital market. In Poland, we have this famous quote about not burning their committees, but setting up our own. And I would say that we should not try to undermine other giants. We should try to develop our own. Lastly, I did some research on biggest companies in the world by market cap, and it's 10 years ago, 10 biggest companies in the world by market cap. 4 of them were digital companies, 2 of the whole 10 were European companies. Those 2 European companies were pretty traditional companies, banking company and oil company. Now, last year, out of 10 biggest companies by market cap in the world, 8 of them were digital. None of the 10 biggest companies in the world by market cap were European. So basically we are lagging behind, and we need to do something about it, basically. So yeah, this would be my initial thought to begin with.
Thank you very much. So in short, the regulation is disproportionate, not really protecting citizens, and harming business, and making us all lag behind. Thank you very much for this list of complaints. Now I would like to ask the similar question to Andrej Ferdus. What, in your view, do European regulations do to CEE, Czech Republic's European Union businesses? Do it help us innovate and be competitive, or not really? So it's a complaint part of our discussion. Then I hope for some positives and for some constructive proposals. We need sound. Not yet. So maybe before you sort the things out, the sound out, I will ask also the same question to Ray Pinto. You have already been talking about what you called the regulation tsunami, but also now you heard the viewpoint of the Polish entrepreneurs and employers. How do you see that?
Well, I'll just, I think you said it very, very succinctly. The problem is, if you look at my country again in France, right? The National Front, a populist country, is gaining a lot of ground. It's the same in many, countries. So what happens is oh, we have the other person. Finish, and then we go back?
Yes, I think that please finish, Mr. Pinto, and we'll go to Andrej.
So what is happening is the politics are becoming, more dominant than the policy. So, in my day when tech wasn't so important, it was the policy. It was the guys who really understood what kind of regulations were needed, and they did scientific impact assessments and stuff. And now it's more the politics that are deciding these things. And yes, it's maybe targeting the wrong people. So if you go after some of the big companies and you put in your regulations SME exemptions, what are you doing? You're preventing Polish companies from becoming big companies, right? And staying as SMEs. And we should not have that. We should really think a Polish company can be an international one.
Okay, so supportive voice. Now I would like to come back to Mr. Ondrej Ferdus from the Confederation of Industry of the Czech Republic, because we heard that you gained sound back.
Yeah,
Hello?
can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the trouble. Thank you for having me. Unfortunately, we have a bit of a crisis, so I will need to leave exactly at 12 o'clock, so I'm really sorry about that. And back to your question. Well, I agree with my colleagues which are in Warsaw. I mean, the devil is in the detail. We welcome, basically, setting up some rules and the efforts to set those rules and efforts of the European and national institutions to unify and set fair conditions for businesses. But what we are really missing, and what I think could help, with the process and with the quality of the regulation is high quality impact studies, and this is something we're telling to all the policymakers and also to the Czech presidency at this point for a long time. And we think that there is a need for truly future-proof laws that include opportunities to innovate. But in our experience, we sometimes find that the key terms within the regulation are defined vaguely. Sometimes the definitions does not match that of other legislation, which might be even complementary, and stuff like that. And we all know that during the legislative process, the draft regulation changes a lot, and when we have an impact study in the beginning of the process for the proposal of the European Commission, then there are so many changes during the process that we need high quality impact assessment also during the process to have impact assessment on the versions which are being discussed at that point. And I think this could really help. And obviously, we need more discussions between the policymakers and the sector, and those not to be only politically motivated, but to be on the expert level.
Okay, as you have to leave, I will ask you the second question, but I will also ask you to answer in really 1 minute. So it's halfway through the Czech presidency that has the AI Act, the EID Act and Data Act on its priority list. How do you assess the digital regulation development so far, and what's the plan maximum for the Czech presidency?
Okay, I will try to be quick. I would say that the Czech presidency is doing a very good job. We are in regular contact with them, and we have stressed several times that we will not judge the success of the presidency on the basis of the number of concluded files, but on their quality. On AI, we have a fundamental problem with the inclusion of general purpose AI systems in the proposal. We believe there will be further discussions, but the goal of Czech presidency is to have a general approach on the Telco Council on 6th December. About the EID, it has not been yet a big topic for our members, but now we know that Czech presidency has currently prepared a new proposal regarding a level of assurance that might be worrying for our members. So we're now discussing it internally, and this is a high priority for our Deputy Prime Minister. So I think they will try to conclude the EID. And regarding the Data Act, well, this is a rather tricky question to predict how it will turn, because from what we know from our discussions with the Czech representatives, it is not assumed that it would be possible to complete the discussions within the working group for telecommunications in order, to prepare a proposal for a general approach during Czech presidency. So, but I wouldn't dare to say how this will turn out.
Thank you very much. So now I have a big job for Mr. Michał Boni. First, I would like you to refer to your predecessors, so Jakub, Andrzej, and Ray. Then I would like to ask you the same question. How, in your view, regulation influences innovativeness and competitiveness of the region and of the EU? And finally, what, in your view, hinders the innovativeness and competitiveness of our countries, of the EU, and is it really regulation?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, but unfortunately we are a little late, and I should start my lecture at the university at 12 o'clock. Earlier I have asked my students that I will start at 12:30, so I'm sorry, I will participate, but not to the end of...
Tell them to watch.
It will be about digitalization and what kind of tools are needed and what kind of strategies are needed. And we will talk about, we have established at our university the course on psychology and computer sciences. And I think it's very, very interesting for them also to understand in which kind of legal framework we are discussing about digital issues. And as a starting point, I want to say that I agree with you that in Europe, thinking about future digital development, we don't need this fair share solution, which you have mentioned, yes? But this is not the idea of the Commission. This is the idea of European telecoms. So we need also to understand that from time to time there are some tensions at the digital market. And of course, as I know, European Commission is not ready to start with this fair share solution. Probably it will be delayed. But of course, we need to clear many aspects of this. As for example, you have mentioned the Data Act. I don't agree with the situation. Then there are not clear conditions in which companies should send their data to the governments. It's not clear in the legislative proposal. So we need to discuss, because this is the way to protect not only companies, but also us as users of services done by these companies. So what I think very often some legislative proposals are not clear at the beginning. It means that probably we need to start with some reviews at the beginning when we would like to present some new solutions. What is important? To consider what kind of regulation, which kind of regulation is needed to solve some problems. Because regulation means strict rules, but regulation also means soft law. Code of conduct, self-regulation, cooperation between companies, and we need to also have trust to the companies that they are ready to create those code of conducts. And I think especially in the digital area, when there are many new innovative solutions, it's better to start with code of conduct then start with a strong, strict regulation. So this
is it that not too late for that? The regulations are in the making.
I think that it should be in the future. But now, when we have some proposals at the table, I think that we need to make another review to check consistency. Because we have GDPR. We have various assessments of the GDPR, but on the other hand, we have GDPR. And it's completely unneeded to start again the discussion about the GDPR rules when we are discussing Artificial Intelligence Act, when we are discussing Data Act. because Commission and legislators should check earlier if it is consistent or not. And if not, okay, this is a problem, so we need to continue debate and have some amendments to the existed rules and existed regulations. But this consistency is clear. In my point, when we are looking at the data, we have now at the table Data Act, we have approved by the Parliament Data Governance Act, and we have at the table a discussion about European health data space. And in my view, there are some inconsistencies just between those three regulations and proposals. So I think it should be done. Again, we need innovation. And I think that the idea and the concept presented in the Artificial Intelligence Act about sandboxes regulatory is very inspiring. It was established 1 month ago, a cooperation between some companies and future Spanish presidency to start with it. Consider if it would be needed for us to use these sandboxes regulatories in every area. Start with checking, not starting with regulation. Yes? So another point is crucial. I think that when we are, it's also my experience when I have been a member of the European Parliament. For politicians, very often it's clear that, okay, we are working on the regulation. When we will approve the regulation, it's done. It's not done. It's a starting point for the work because implementation is crucial. And you need to be much more sensitive to prepare and to analyze concrete conditions related to the implementation of the solution. For example, taking into account small, medium enterprises. In SME Europe, we are fighting for this, yes? Because very often it's a decision that we want in Europe to be a little against American companies, but the regulation should work as a whole market, digital market. So very often we have unintended consequences addressed to the small, medium enterprises without this first new view. So there are many issues, and but of course I think that we need to change the philosophy of preparing regulation, especially in the digital area. Why especially in the digital area? Because in the digital area there are more innovation than in many, many others. And I know from my experience that when we are starting, when we have started some works on legislation, the technological picture looked like at that moment. When we have finished the work on digital regulation, the technology looked completely different because technology is faster than our work on regulation. So I think that the change of this philosophy is very needed. And at the end, I want to say that harmonization is crucial. And very often it is a problem, yes? I don't want to touch you as a friend, but I'm putting some questions. Why French presidency add this, some paragraphs and this chapter to the Artificial Intelligence Act focused on general purpose artificial intelligence. It's not clear, and it will be not so easy to implement this solution, especially for contributors to some models of artificial intelligence, especially for small, medium enterprises.
You have to run, or can I ask you one very concrete question for recommendations? What our speakers, our audience, the European Commission can concretely do to show that it is changing this philosophy of regulating digital?
You know, I think that we need to make much more broader the debate about some regulations, and also at the first phase of the discussion. And
what do you mean broader?
Broader, which means involve much more partners. For example, I appreciate very much all kinds of Digital Europe reports. They are focused on the interest of the group, but on the other hand, they are creating much more broader view on the issues. Yes? And I think that this kind of conferences today, some conferences organized by Digital Europe, some conferences organized, small webinars organized by SME Europe are very needed. But what is important, to invite more politicians and representatives of European Commission to participate in these pre-starting debates on some issues.
Thank you very much.
It's too general, probably, but
it's very general. I must say that I was talking to European Commission before our discussion. They were really irritated to hear the phrase regulatory tsunami. They were asking who is pitching this. And they said that if someone is complaining about regulation blocking innovation and competitiveness, they would like to ask us, so if you send me, I can forward to them, what exactly, which rules, which things concretely are the ones that are so bad. So they will gladly look on that. So welcome, you can send it to me.
I'm sorry, just one last sentence. This is a tricky answer. Mm-hmm. Because during our discussion we have showed, yes, what should be defined in the different way. But the problem is with the process of preparing legislation and discussions about it. This is the key issue, yes? And the David is in detail. It means we need to find this David and cooperate with Commission. It's clear. Commission is not our enemy. It is a partner. But on the other hand, Commission from time to time, not from time to time, always should be much more open what we want to say to them.
And please ask me that question, because I have a few recommendations for that.
With Commission and with rapporteurs and shadow rapporteurs and with perm reps of your countries, of our countries. Okay, last but not least, Director Sidorov, I would like you to ask you the same question actually. And what is, you are also doing polls among entrepreneurs. Do they fear EU regulation? What's how the EU regulations is viewed from your point of view and the stakeholders that you are cooperating with?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And of course, the digital transformation is the main factor that influenced our position of Poland, of CEE countries and Europe. But if we are responsible for entrepreneurs, so entrepreneurs, they do not know the EU regulation, especially when they are negotiated. So they are not aware of changes and before, because they don't have time, they don't follow. So I think that the crucial issue that I wanted to mention today, that the beginning of the work on the regulation is crucial, because we are before the acknowledge of entrepreneurs. They do not know that it is happening. So the beginning, the impact assessment is very important, and especially all the institutions which are involved in the negotiations are crucial. So experts from public institutions, association or non-governmental organization are crucial for us in public institutions to help us to understand the issues. So I definitely want to thank colleagues, because the beginning is for us the most important. So the first talks with experts, the impact assessment, the proposals, or even before the time before the impact assessment. So all the reports from the Commission or from the organization are very important, because it's the start that we in public institutions are learning, and we have enough time to make our reports, because we are, especially we were responsible for P2B and DMA Act in our ministry. So to be prepared well to negotiate for Polish point of view, we did some researches. We asked entrepreneurs how they see that kind of proposition or proposal, and they answered they don't know. They for example, with P2B, they didn't know that it existed. So it's crucial is the link between the Commission and entrepreneurs. Yeah.
And how to ensure the link? Is it the European Commission responsible? How do you see that?
I think the beginning, so the impact assessment, so it should be make on researches or on good data, and then the public institutions are responsible for asking and for making the negotiation process open. They have to hear all the thoughts, all kinds of responses that they are given from the entrepreneurs, I think.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we don't have much time, exactly 4 minutes left. So I would like you, for the end, to do what I asked you already in advance, to give some positive, constructive proposals on how to address the issues, the challenging issues of regulation, on what we can recommend ourselves and also the European Commission to make the regulatory world of digital better. So maybe we'll start from Ray.
Okay. First of all, let's not always blame the European Commission. Right? I think that's a big mistake. That imagines that the European Commission is all-powerful to solve everything. They're not. They are, at the end of the day, right, functioning to the masters, which is the member states, not the other way around. And a lot of what they do is usually as a function because of that. And van der Leyen in her speech today, when she made her State of the Union, did a hint, and the second time she's done this, to say maybe the competences need to shift a little bit. Maybe the member states need to let go of a little power. Because we can't get digital skills because we have education systems completely different. We can't share cybersecurity because the member states don't want to share. We're doing a European health regulation because health was removed from the GDPR because the member states asked for that. So I think we have to readdress that balance, would be the first thing. I think the second thing is, before doing any regulation, do no harm to SMEs. Should be the first thing that is filtered, before they write anything. The second thing is, the business to consumer market globally is 2.6 trillion. The business to business market, which is majority here in the EU, is 13 trillion. Get your priorities right? We will never catch up to the consumer market as, the Americans have. We can lead on the business-to-business market and are leading. So make sure your regulations are focused on that instead of always being focused on consumer. And then I think we have to make sure that we address, as was said several times by myself and also from Mr. Boni, that we got to make sure regulations or the ability to create fragmentation in the regulations are removed. So if you have those general principles, I think we'll be fine.
Thank you very much. Very concrete and constructive. Jakub.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that I find this question that you asked previously, that was asked to you by some of the EU officials, pretty funny, because it looks like, okay, so let's imagine here you have a stack of US digital regulations. Here you have a stack of Chinese digital regulations, which, by the way, gives actually more power to authorities and does not really affect the transparency of digital sector. And here, or up to the roof, you have the stack of EU digital regulations, and the EU says, so here you have this, tell me which ones of these specifically stops you from expanding. So first of all, the amount of regulations. This is the thing that we need to focus on, and more specifically, we need to limit the amount of regulations. And what's more, and what's actually complementing this proposition, is that we need to focus more on assessing and enforcing already existing regulations, because as we have said, maybe we should not focus now on GDPR rules, but it was a perfect example. It was in the works for a few years. It was possibly one of the most challenging process of implementing in Poland, and the outcome is that some law companies gained pretty big income from implementing it.
They scaled up.
They scale up, exactly. But from the user perspective, from the citizen perspective, it hasn't really changed anything at all, other from signing a few forms more while going to the hospital or to the doctor, or signing up to a website. And the second thing, enforcement, because right now we are speaking about really sophisticated regulations of, I don't know, artificial intelligence. Well, we can't actually force, for example, Chinese e-commerce platforms to pay their VAT tax. So first we need to enforce the basic rules we have, and to try to enforce the basic general rules we have established in the past, and then think about what isn't working right now and what we need to do in order for it to work. And other from that, of course, impact assessments, focus on not hurting SMEs is also crucial, but it was said before.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Now, Andrei, are you with us? No. He's not. He said he would be leaving at 12. Okay, sorry. Last but not least, again,
okay,
Marianna.
so very briefly, I think that everything was said, but maybe a bit about this consistency between regulations is very crucial and important for us as well, and adjustment. Maybe something about time efficiency, it should be said, because definitely the regulation that all the work lasts very long, and the implementation. So how to implement, how to do it possible, and how to explain it to SMEs, entrepreneurs, all the markets. That's it.
Okay, I have a pretty nice but concrete catalog of recommendations for which I'm really grateful to you. Thank you very much to our panelists and also for you for being with us. We see that the challenge one, regulations, is pretty challenging. Thank you very much, and now I would like to invite you for the following point of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand, Jakub, you're staying for an announcement? No? Yes? Michał does. Or not? Okay. Well, then the announcement, but there's another one. Michał?
Panel.
Yeah, but the floor is yours, I guess. If that's the case. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Is it?
I need the pilot
clicker
presentation. Yeah. Hi. Short announcement before second panel. is about our proposition as a digital coalition. We sent it to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to other ministries before the Free Seas Summit in Riga. In our opinion, can we change the presentation? Excuse me. As a digital coalition, we decided to propose our government to create a special declaration for a Free Seas region about digital transformation, to prepare some kind of roadmap for our governments, how to prepare our government, our region for digital transformation. And we propose a few points in this declaration, in our opinion, crucial for our region. So, Free Seas wide cooperation for reinforcement of the digital pillar. Ensuring advanced cybersecurity for the Free Seas initiatives, countries' critical infrastructure, citizens, businesses and public sector. It's a number one, absolutely crucial for our future, is to keep our economy, our public administration, our businesses, our consumers safe. Second one, driving investments in digital infrastructure, solutions and far-reaching transformation. Pursuing opportunities for attracting resources from the EU funds and programs dedicated to digital transformation. Strengthening the transatlantic relationship. In a few minutes we will talk much more about these points. Maintaining comprehensive dialogue and consultations with the business community in the field of digital transformation. Identifying and promoting research, investments, education and adoption of digital technologies, including cloud computing, 5 or maybe 6G networks and AI. Addressing the fundamental value of data storage, management and processing by striving for necessary infrastructure, regulatory environment and sharing best practice for utilizing data. Measuring the level of and constantly improving the state of digital skills and competences for the citizens of the Free Seas region, absolutely crucial thing for future of our industry, of our societies, to be ready for this, for next steps of digital revolution for our kids, our next years. Closely monitoring the ever-shifting digital landscape and technological progress in order to update the Free Seas Initiative digital priorities. And 10, establishing a permanent secretariat, working group or digital office for Free Seas Initiative. It's one of the most important, I think, points after Riga Summit. In my opinion, all governments understood that without this, some kind of secretariat office, Free Seas Initiative can be successful in full. So I hope that our governments will approve this declaration, a little bit similar to Krakow Declaration for V4 countries. And next summit in Bucharest next year, I hope that during this next summit, this digital declaration for Free Seas countries will be approved by all members. But of course, we have one more important information about our coalition, because from this year we have one more member in our coalition, and I would like to welcome to our coalition our friends from Czech Republic, Avid. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Michal, for having us, and thanks again for the great invitation. I'll be very brief in whatever I have to say, because much wiser or much very spot-on words have been said on how everything digital is inherently international, and we feel like we are a very young organization, and within the 2 years we've seen how much is going on around Europe. Well, it's really, I was struck by the very very fact what Ray mentioned, that it's actually available for Ukrainian citizens to reach their personal data as well as, found a company online. And we think this is something we should really capture the momentum and work together. And we're very happy to be part of this CEE Digital Coalition. And we hope we can achieve a lot together, because we think like Czech Republic needs a lot more voice for digital. You have very well represented the traditional industries. We're more of a manufacturing industry or economy. So I think this is really important for us, and being part of bigger bodies as this is help us, to raise the voice and to push the presidency or to push future policy. So thanks again for having us on board, Michal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And Michal, don't go nowhere, at least not too far, just for now. Thank you and congratulations to both of you. And since we've spoken a lot about international cooperation on both sides of the Atlantic, this is the part where we prepare for the next panel discussion, which will cover the probably difficult areas of getting a compromise or common solutions on both sides of the Atlantic and finding common ways to deal with the issues that the digital transformation brings, such as the cybersecurity is one of them, but such as many others, data protection or investing within the European Union or wider perspective of whole Europe or just the countries of our region. But then on the other hand, investing in the US as well and finding common legal solutions or common legal frameworks to be able to proceed with those investments. So for this discussion, please welcome to the stage Mark Boris Adrianic, member of the governing board at EIT or Regional Innovation Scheme and former Minister of Digital Transformation in Slovenia, who is online. Thank you. Francis Burwell at Atlantic Council as well. Tomasz Jamros, Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Poland. Okay. Well, Michał Kanownik, yeah, this one I know is present here. Igor Zgliablic, Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager for Central and Eastern Europe, Google, and Mindaugas Ubartas, Infobalt, Lithuania.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Thank you, Michał. I'm Paweł Orykowski. I'm editor in Poland.pl. Thank you, Michał. You could sit there. You see here empty place, but Tomasz Jamros, I hope so, will join us some later, okay? So let's start, let's begin, because we have to and need to talk about transatlantic cooperation in this cyber age, because we live in cyber age right now. It's not the future, we're talking about cyber age in our times. So I would ask you about the first question. Will be the question to all of you, but don't answer at the same time, please. Because we've got a difficult situation right here, right now, because every economic start emerging from its crisis from COVID-19, yes, and just when we start merging this crisis, we've got another blow, huge blow, came to all economics, like I said earlier, and it's in war in Ukraine caused by Russia. So this raises a lot of geopolitical problems, economic problems, but also a lot of digital issues. And I would ask you about particularly related to cybersecurity and fight against information noise, something like, as we grapple with so many difficulties, how can transatlantic cooperation be seen? What is the biggest biggest challenge? Maybe Mr. Michał Kanownik, this question maybe start with your opinion about the biggest challenge. Was the biggest threat and biggest challenges in this biggest opportunity right now?
I think that it's crucial what you mentioned before, that first COVID,
Tomasz Jamrus.
Yes. First COVID and 2 years of pandemic, then war in Ukraine. It's absolutely great examples, evidence that without cooperation, without being together with our partners, it's impossible to win, or with COVID or with Russia. I'm glad that I think that in Europe and US, the level of understanding this situation is much higher than before war, we have to understand that Poland, whole region as a CEE countries, we are not a lonely island, and we can't be active by ourselves, and we need support, we need cooperation, but we need a partnership between us and the United States to create a much stronger position to Russia or another countries. And what is in cybersecurity especially is crucial, because if we will arrange some solutions in area of cybersecurity, but separately in Poland, Lithuania, Hungary, Slovakia, if these solutions will be different in these countries, so for sure our enemies will find some way to create a very dangerous situation for us. If we will coordinate our solutions, if we will exchange our experiences and will find together the best solution and create a common wall in cybersecurity, will be much safer. And of course, a cooperation with United States in this area is crucial, because in this area we need technology, we need information, and we need exchange this information technology about the best practices, best solutions in this area. And what is the crucial in this cooperation? We need information before dangerous situation. So it's very important to get to know something more about our enemies before they will do something against us. And I hope that after and during this war, the level of understanding of the situation in Poland, in the whole region and US and in whole EU is on a much higher level, and we will build every year, every month, a much stronger relationship between EU and United States to create absolutely strong coalition against any enemies.
Okay, thank you so much, Michał. So now maybe the same question, but from the point of view from the Atlantic Council, we've got Madame Frances Burwell. I would ask you about the same question about emerging this pandemic crisis, and when we go out from this crisis, we have a new crisis. It's a war crisis, and looking forward for new challenges for cybersecurity and this digital age. So I would ask you about this context of transatlantic cooperation. What's your point of view?
So first, let me salute you all for this declaration that I just heard just before this panel. I think one of the things that we have argued at the Atlantic Council for quite some time is that the Central and Eastern European countries, including the business associations, need to get together and to become more active in the debate in Brussels and in the transatlantic sphere on these issues. And I just saw a wonderful agenda laid out there. And so it's really a pleasure to participate in something where we're seeing some of the ideas that we had along with many of our Central European colleagues come to fruition. And I wish you all the best and look forward to hearing about how that matures. If you ask what the biggest obstacle is, I think the biggest obstacle to working together on cybersecurity and other issues in the face of Russian aggression in the digital sphere is that in seeking to make our systems resilient and autonomous from outside influence, that we may in fact create obstacles between the United States and Europe. So I think we need to be very careful as we design the criteria for making our systems, whether it's cloud cybersecurity certification or IoT, regulations for IoT in terms of cybersecurity, as we've just seen announced by Brussels from in the Cybersecurity Resilience Act that's now proposed. We need to make sure that these things are not excluding the other, that are not excluding other like-minded countries because they're non-EU, or in the case of the United States, because they're not US-based companies. I think we have a lot that we can do together, but we shouldn't create these artificial barriers. I think it's also going to be a challenge because we have different bureaucracies set up to address cybersecurity, and we see them somewhat differently. In the United States, it's very much a securitized military environment that is really much more focused on actual defense, whereas in Europe, what I'm seeing is more regulatory environment that is a little bit more civilian-based, and that's all great. Both are needed, both are essential, but we need to make sure that these bureaucracies have ways to talk to each other. I'm happy to say that what I'm actually seeing in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a lot more cooperation and a lot more convergence in key areas. And we've just had an announcement from the White House a few days ago, kind of an accumulation of things they've been doing on cybersecurity, including that over the next 6 months they anticipate creating a label for consumer-oriented products that will demonstrate their cyber resilience. So very similar to the CRA just proposed in Brussels. And so I think that we are starting to move together. I would credit two things with this, actually three. One is the Biden administration coming in and politically wanting to work very much more closely with the European Union. Secondly, I would say that we now have a mechanism, the Transatlantic Trade, the US-EU Trade and Technology Council. And although cybersecurity has not been a big issue in the TTC, it is not a core of any of the working groups. It is addressed in some of the working groups, and I think especially when it comes to cybersecurity standards, we will see some initiatives in the working groups now. And then finally, of course, the biggest factor in all of this is indeed Mr. Putin, who has created the motivations for people to get their act together on both sides of the Atlantic. And I think the Central European countries, let me just finish by saying I think the Central and Eastern European countries can play a huge role in this, in ensuring that this agenda remains a priority, and in pushing with your strong transatlantic impulse, in pushing to ensure that we don't artificially create barriers between ourselves and among ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Okay, so I wouldn't repeat this same question for all of you. So maybe next participant, Marek Andrianic, what's your point of view to this both crisis and for biggest challenges to transatlantic cooperation? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Could you unmute your mic?
I think
yes. Now we hear you. Oh, okay. We've got some technical issues. Not cyber age, like you know. So maybe later we back to you. Try to unmute your mic. Now I want to ask the same question. So yes, we will hear you again. Okay, so maybe Igor Zgrablic from Google, the same question.
Hi, and thanks for the invitation. As well, I'm glad to see a lot of familiar faces and people who are working on the digital transformation, including former Minister Andrianic, who led, I think, paved a lot of great initiatives during the Slovenian presidency, especially on the regulation side. So, I just came from Moldova. I think it's actually interesting. It felt like I was back in February 22. So some of our countries and our CEE capitals are not living the daily reality of the war. But I almost was not able to attend this conference because the airspace in Moldova was almost closed because missiles were going above Chisinau and the other towns. So I would say this conversation and this panel is pretty on spot, and I think we've seen war in Europe again, and we might see new escalations, but hopefully not. And I think the conversation about the transatlantic partnership is something that is so important these days. And I think if there were any doubts that the US and the EU are the strongest allies on planet in terms of blocs, I would say there are no doubts anymore. So what we looking from the Google perspective, we obviously have lenses of a tech company, of an industry, of a business. I would say the biggest challenge is division, like in any company, organization, or family. So divide et impera. If there is division, there is always headaches and problems. So that's the biggest challenge that we've seen. But luckily, we haven't seen division in the transatlantic partnership in the past months, but we've seen actually them coming together. I'm also happy that the word which has been circulating the most at this conference is cooperation. So if you want to make a test how much time the cooperation word has been mentioned, it's been more than probably 20 or 30, which I think is great. And obviously, challenges as well include digital protectionism that we've seen, and that's countries closing inward. Then digital protectionism, which means a lot of regulation coming out which are not coordinated. So that's we've seen from 2020. G20 countries came out with more than 1,700 different laws and regulation on tech, which are not coordinated. And also digital authoritarianism, which is where some governments are using technology actually to decrease human freedoms, freedom of expression, and they're even suppressing their people. So from our perspective, we think that the opportunities definitely arise in the cooperation in the area of cybersecurity, where we've been really active, in the area of tackling disinformation. Again, Moldova, where I came from this week, it's an incredible battlefield for hybrid wars and disinformation, and narratives that are being presented to the public are definitely impacting how people are looking at reality, how people might be voting. But luckily, again, there is a strong EU sentiment, US-EU transatlantic sentiment as well there. So that's probably something I would like to mention for this introduction.
When I'm listening to your perspective, I think that it's big need. We need to make from this partnership a hard chain for decades, not just for this moment. And maybe let's try again, because I see that you are smiling. I really have an. Sorry, because I don't know that you hear me or not. We are hearing each other. I'm asking about
I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. And we are hear you too. So yes, former Minister of Digital Transformation in Slovenia and the board of the governing member EIT Mark Adrianic, clearly with us. Yes. So the same question, do you agree with me that we need a hard chain in this transatlantic cooperation to make it for the decades partnership and not just for this moment, crisis moment?
Absolutely. So first of all, good afternoon, Dzień dobry to so many of my friends in Warsaw. A big hello from Brussels. I must say that I couldn't agree more with everything that's been just said. Let me invoke the famous saying by Churchill, whenever you're going through hell, just keep going. And I think our transatlantic relationship will come out of this crisis, of this terrible war in Ukraine, much stronger, with much better and continued cooperation. And I think this is great. Now, if I look at the first weeks of the war, when I was still digital transformation minister, I can testify that the response, not just by the EU, but also of the transatlantic community in the digital realm, was immediate and incredibly strong. Couple of days after the war erupted, we started coordinating the first deliveries of Starlinks, drones, and many other technological equipment, which we know today made a big difference on the ground. We also gathered all the key platforms to make sure they step up their efforts to counter Russian propaganda across Central and Eastern Europe, but also other European countries. And the response, both from the commercial sector and our American friends in government, was immediate and extremely constructive. So I think we are entering into a new stage of transatlantic tech relations, and I believe another testament for this good cooperation will be the upcoming TTC meeting, where we can expect some very concrete outcomes for the first time, be it in the area of AI standards, semiconductor supply chain safety, but also when it comes to recommendations on charging infrastructure and, as Fran mentioned, cybersecurity. I think the EU Agency for Cybersecurity, called ENISA, is doing a very good job coordinating member states in this area. Of course, we're not there, but the path is definitely clear. And I must say that I've seen more cooperation in the cybersecurity realm, both when it comes to EU, NATO, and the transatlantic community at large, than ever before. But let us not lose sight of the broader strategic challenges that we're facing together as the transatlantic community. I'm talking about the rise of authoritarianisms around the world, and especially the rise of China and its technological prowess. And that's why it's super important to work closely together to maintain the supremacy when it comes to core digital technologies of the future, be it AI, quantum, or green technology.
Yes,
so this is something that we should discuss much more.
Because Mark, Boris, and Igor mentioned about a very important issue. I think that I would like to support these words, because we are focusing on cybersecurity right now. Of course, it's absolutely natural because of the situation in Ukraine. But I think that it's crucial for us to remember that we are talking about cooperation between EU and US for a minimum decade, and maybe, I hope so, for few decades. And we have to think about other technologies, AI, green energy. We have to build this cooperation between us, not only on cybersecurity, but we have to think about our future, our common future. And in this area, we need to cooperate and discuss about how to use these new technologies for our economies, for our societies, how to create common projects, common products, common services. And in this area is crucial what Igor mentioned about regulations in EU, because we have tsunami of new regulations in EU, and unfortunately, one hand, EU understand that we need partnership, we need cooperation with US. On the second hand, we in EU, we're creating regulations which is rather against some common projects, some activities, some investments of American companies on the European market. And in my opinion, these regulations, which are created in Europe, must stimulate this cooperation. And these regulations should help us create this partnership, this cooperation between us. And I'm afraid that there is something wrong in some of these regulations. But so please remember that we have to think about not only about cybersecurity, but about general new technologies in our global partnership. And second thing, that we have to create a friendly environment in Europe for this cooperation on different level.
But I think it's a similar opinion to Mark Boris, because I think that we need to talk about wider perspective than just cybersecurity, because new technologies, the cybersecurity is most important, because it's dangerous for us, for governments, for industries, and for private persons. So yes, okay, with us online as well, Mindaugas Ubertas, Lithuania, and Infobolt. Do you agree with that opinion, that it's more than cybersecurity? And how is your point of view about transatlantic cooperation?
Definitely, I agree with what was said, and I would like to be as intelligent as all the people who were talking today. And I will a little bit correct some things and express my opinion. We didn't have a crisis, none of them. It just proved that 10 years of our work was the right about digitalization, I mean. We survived COVID, or we went through COVID smoothly only because we had digital technologies and infrastructure in place. Imagine that you would shut down 30% of workplaces 20 years ago, what you would do then. And during the COVID times, during the lockdowns, the economies were not frozen. Yeah? That was a shock, but we have been ready in advance, and it digitalized many governments and digitalized many companies as well. So we should look through the also positive effect of the field we are working. When it comes to the transatlantic cooperation, I am very, very pro transatlantic cooperation, but I would like also bring, as Mark is saying, a broader perspective. We are seeing now autocratic world fighting the democracies. It's not only about EU and USA. We have on our board Japan, we have Australia, we have South Korea, Taiwan, and many, many other democratic states in the world, which are working together in making our global economy, global society safer and better place to live. Ukraine, on another end, also is a tragedy, that's for sure. But it's not. We should also see what it brought to our attention. It was in the beginning of the speeches. It was said about openly about hacking the satellites, burning down the satellite communication, which affected not only Ukraine, but also some windmills in Germany stopped communicating with the grid networks. So we should see only not cybersecurity, which exists. We should talk about infrastructure and how we infrastructure on energy and infrastructure on data flows, which we need to address, and we need to look for the new ways and cooperation to make ourselves safe. And we all know, we have been talking in our coalition that this protectionism of and closing the borders in the countries in EU against American companies, or American companies against EU companies, will bring no good. And Ukraine showed it as a very nice example. They had a law that all the data had to stay in the country, inside the country. So first 2 weeks they need to change the laws, and also half of Europe was working on moving the data towards the cloud, that it would not be accessible by kinetic war. We also saw the explosions in the TV towers, we saw explosions in the administrative buildings, we saw explosions on the data centers. That again brings the completely different perspective on how should be resilient infrastructure and data flow built. So in the future, I believe, and we are all working together, that there will be a real-time economy, and we need to rethink that it's not only the cyber is not only the bits and bytes and hacking. The cyber security is also infrastructure security. If you lose your connectivity, and then Starlink needs to be delivered into the war zones, which nobody was planning, yeah? We should think during the peaceful times that there should be not only war. In Europe, there could be a solar explosion, yeah, which with electromagnetic fields and all the infrastructure gone. So what we do next? So this cooperation between USA, Europe, and Australia can help us not only in these humankind problems, but it's also solar system problems could affect our way of living. And the problem is with the regulation, if I may. Our regulation is aiming to keep the same delay of 30 days in any decisions which is government taking. Yeah? And when we move to the real-time economies, to the real-time services, that is not possible. None of the regulations foster the innovation. Regulations are more fighting against it, and in European Union being before this 2022, being so protectionist, we made ourselves inferior towards the bigger companies which were fostering countries which were fostering the innovation and regulating it afterwards, not regulating at the beginning and then asking why nothing happens. And here, our coalition, I think it should be working together between ourselves that, you know, in these countries, and also to make EU the global player of innovation, global player of real-time economy, and get the benefits out of that.
Okay, thank you so much. I like to say that I put the crisis word in this question because we speaking after 2 years of printing money in almost all of economies around the world, and then we've got that blow from Russia. But I think that it's a huge challenge for CEE countries and huge chance for US. Do you agree with that opinion, Tomasz Jamrus, from Foreign Minister of Republic of Poland?
Yes, thank you very much indeed. And of course, I mean, cooperation in this Euro-Atlantic sphere is of key importance, and I think that the war has made it quite clear for almost everyone in our sphere, so to speak, so in the West, that we have to focus on big picture, not wrangle so much about, you know, the issue, the very issues that were the focal point of the discussions regarding the technology cooperation and so on. So far, sorry. Of course, each side has its own interest, and of course, Europe is willing to catch up somehow in certain areas with the US leaders, as Google, say, on cloud computing or cloud services. But basically, focusing on this bigger picture is of key importance, and I would just use this opportunity to give a few reasons why. Well, the obvious thing is that we have this acceleration of deployment of new technologies, and it has been mentioned several times by the speakers today. It's been in the headlines for years already. So we know that basically this is the deepening rift in terms of capacity and human capital between the developed and developing world, and we need this US, I mean, this close cooperation between the Western countries, so to speak, so also including, contrary to the geographical position, if we look from the European perspective, also including Korea, South Korea, and Japan, US, of course, Canada, and the European Union. But we need that precisely because we need to have developing world on our side to a much larger extent than it has been the case so far. And it's not only because it's it's serving their interest, it's also serving our own interest. I mean, we need them because of migration crisis. It will knock on our door. It's already knocking on our door, but it will knock on our door much more heavily than it's the case today. It's only a matter of time. And the same is cooperation in resources, which we need for the deployment of these new technologies, copper, lithium, and cobalt, so on and so forth. So in the case of the US, the most urgent case is the Chinese encroachment in Latin America, for instance. In the case of Europe is, of course, Africa. So now it is the polarization which has been made clear by this war. But this polarization was unavoidable. But the good aspect, if I may frame it in such a way, of this current conflict, the cruel war that is being waged against Ukraine, is the realization of this necessity by almost everyone. Because without this war, we were facing, in my view at least, a situation in which certain businesses in the West were counting on, somehow being able to go on as it was the case so far. So, we know that there are certain ominous signals regarding the Chinese involvement in many projects, which were, of course, these projects were making us exposed and vulnerable. We knew that it was the case, but somehow, people were very short-sighted. They wanted just to keep on earning money, and somehow everybody counted that, somehow it will, maybe, we will see, right? It's not my lifespan, maybe, right? So this war, maybe the only good aspect that we can see in this war is this very realization, which now is quite clear, and it's the everybody's on everybody's minds now. So now we are facing what I would call a battle for souls, and for these developing countries also. And the Central Eastern Europe is also kind of, a very important region, because we managed in the last 2 or 3 decades to heavily increase our human capital and the ability to co-develop the most advanced products. I mean, one of the most prominent examples in recent years in, say, Poland is the Google's decision to place its cloud services development headquarters or center in Warsaw. But there are many examples of this kind. It proves that, the countries of this region really can co-develop things which are changing our future in terms of, the technology deployment and so on and so forth. Now we have the new era, right? So new era meaning that more and more products, and digital products predominantly, will be deployed from cloud. What it means is that there will be less opportunities for developing countries to have this relatively lower skilled opportunities. So we need to increase their human capital. We need to a larger extent, help them build their capacity in this regard, so that they could be offered an opportunity to co-develop these technologies and products which are changing our life, right? So it's not only about giving them opportunity just to earn decent living. It's also about creating opportunities for the most talented people there to be part of this revolution. And I would guess, I never did that exercise in say your headquarters at Google on cloud computing or cloud services in Warsaw, but I would bet that most of them, if they were asked what really makes your job at Google so appealing here, they wouldn't say decent salary. I don't know the level, but I presume it's quite satisfactory. But they would answer, it's because I can co-develop these things. So these people, the most talented people, and there are plenty of such talents around developing countries, they want to really be part of this revolution. And this is the thing which should, in my view, discern us in the West from our competitors, so to speak. I wouldn't use a more harsh word, but it's a competitor in not a very positive meaning of this expression. So by creating this division and actually creating opportunities for these people to really co-develop products, which will be used for the development of their economies, but not only selling them these things, but creating them the path to really be able to be part of this whole process. This is what discerns us. And then it will be much more, we will be much more credible in saying that, you can cooperate with us, but this is a kind of true cooperation. But if you cooperate with the other side, if you, borrow money from them at a very, attractive cost to deploy many digital services provided by them, but controlled wholly by them, then you are mortgaging your future. Then I think that our message would be quite clear, but we really have to close ranks and provide more financing. Even if you look at the climate change related issues, then still, if you look at adaptation fund, these countries are facing these severe consequences, but still, money is not adequately allocated there. They are waiting for that. So, in short, this is the battle for souls that we have to win. In order to win it, we have to create a credible path for these countries to be part of the revolution in digital sphere, in this new technology sphere, which is really credible for them. So it has to create opportunities for human capital in these countries to be deployed in this very productive way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I think that living in cyber age, money is always important and to be located in the good way. But we live in an age not just battle of souls, but I think that battles of talents, developing new technologies like AI, Internet of Things, cloud computing, like you said, machine learning, and all of the new technologies to have to make better our world. So Igor, it's a question for you to what are the issues that need to be brought into the transatlantic cooperation, especially from a Central European perspective and its growing digital economy?
Well, first of all, you're right. A lot of our talent here is from countries and people from emerging markets. So they relocated, moved to Warsaw from the whole world to work for Google, but in search of challenges which are intellectual, which are development, skills related, and so on. So I would probably just use the lenses of an economist as well to look at the transatlantic partnership. And I think that's also a very important element. So as of today, the economic relationship per se between US and EU, it's about $7 trillion per year. So on a daily basis, what we learned is that the digital services and goods, the exchange in the digital sphere related to that, it's about $4 billion per day. So even if you are really pragmatic and apolitical, you would definitely need to look at the transatlantic relation extremely closely if you're Europe or if you're in the United States. So this digital, if you can call it integration, definitely leads to an economic integration between the US and the EU. And at the same time, this leads to this security integration as well. So, looking from our perspective as well, it's critical to assess and be mindful about the importance of this relationship because of the creation of jobs, innovation, because of all the investment opportunities and situations which are coming. If you discuss, I think now we have around 50 unicorns in our region. Most of them, if you speak with them, will tell you that they will never be able to scale without US technology. So any interventions, and as Fran mentioned, in the relationship which would hinder the possibility to use U.S. technology, U.S. cooperation between our companies on both sides of the Atlantic would definitely hinder the potential of the CEE economy, especially the digital one. Recent reports by McKinsey about our region are clearly showing that if digital is growing sour in Europe, it's happening in Central and Eastern Europe. You mentioned Warsaw, yeah, that's one of the good examples. So the economic element of this relationship, we think is really critical, and I would say that just maybe to touch upon regulation. Companies like ours are already regulated. So we are already working within the framework. The question here is how to create more improved rules, clearer rules, how to create harmonized rules. And I think that's the effort that Minister Andrianic and his government before really were able to bring that voice to Brussels. And I think those voices were heard pretty well. So I think we should always keep an open line in terms of discussing this, and I would say that regulation is necessary. We are welcoming regulation, but definitely improved and I would say smart regulation.
Okay, so Francis Burwell, when I read the Atlantic Council work notes, the rapid pace of technological change presents both an opportunity for governments and individuals, like we said, to acquire new tools to achieve their goals, but also a series of new economic, political and social challenges. So I would ask you about how should we act in order to achieve our goals, and at the same time increase inclusion and fairness and improve the quality of life of citizens.
So I think what I would suggest is that we need to keep our eye on both the big picture and the details. It is tempting in these types of crisis situations, and we are in a crisis with the invasion of Ukraine. It is tempting to focus on the larger questions, and there's no doubt that has created a big motivation for cooperation, and we've seen this particularly unprecedented levels of transatlantic cooperation in terms of sanctions and export controls. But we need to also, to return to what I was saying earlier, avoid those barriers that really hinder us. And in one I would point to that is coming up is with the Data Act proposed by the EU. We have just gone through a very painful 2 years of negotiating a data transfers agreement for personal data between the United States and the EU. And the Data Act has a similar restriction as it's written right now, and it's still under legislative negotiation, so we don't know how it will end up, has a similar restriction, it appears, for industrial data. So how can we cooperate on new technologies and identifying the technologies and doing technological research when it's more difficult to share data across the Atlantic? Those are the kinds of issues that, although they are far below the agenda of, for example, Secretary Blinken and others of his ilk, we have to start raising those items so that we don't do something that really we didn't intend to do. That this was something that was intended to make to provide data for European innovation. That doesn't mean European innovation without contributions by US companies and others, or by restricting interchange across the Atlantic. And I think the other thing to note, one of the other panelists spoke very eloquently about the struggle between techno-authoritarians and those of us whom I would consider like-minded countries. And I do think we need to pay more attention to this. A few months ago, there was the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. 60 countries signed. And really, that's not many by the time you say there's 27 in the EU, there's the United States, Japan, Korea, etc. There was an overwhelming response yesterday or the day before at the United Nations in favor of Ukraine. And there were well over 100 countries that condemned Russia for its annexation, attempted annexation of regions of Ukraine. What are the difference between which countries are in that mix? They will condemn the annexation of sections of Ukraine, but they are not ready to sign up to a digital declaration that is based on our values and seeks to secure freedom in the internet. I think we need to look at that roster and we need to reach out to those countries and see if we can bring them on board. Because yes, it's not just the United States and Europe, it's Japan, it's South Korea, it's Australia, New Zealand, et cetera, et cetera. And it's that struggle that is going to have a very real impact on not just companies, but individuals. And so around the world. And I think that that's where we have to turn.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mindaugas Ubertas, I would ask you about, because you spent a lot of time to work for AI. With Ariel speak about individuals, but now I want to ask you about the developing of AI technologies. It is important, it is a chance for transatlantic cooperation and exactly for our new economies, for our new technological ages.
Sure, AI will free human beings from doing the unnecessary works, yeah, and then it can be good, it can be bad, yeah, like nuclear power, it can be atomic bomb, it can be clean energy. So what we are in where we are in EU, we are lacking behind. We need to say it pretty openly, and there are two big nations. One is our ally, it's USA, United Nations, which are superpower in AI, yeah, and we have China, who are also advanced in AI, but we wouldn't like to live that in their AI. Yeah? What we do in Europe, we are saying that we will regulate it and we will not cooperate. We will do the Data Act. The data cannot be transferred. We will not benefit from the what is already available in through a transatlantic relationship. And I would say that's we are shooting to our own leg. We are very, very clustered, despite we are talking about the EU, but we are still national states, 27 of them. There is no data flows between the countries. I am Mindaugas Ubertas in Lithuania, and I am nobody in Poland, despite I have even the PESEL there. Yeah, but anyway, I'm not nobody, and I'm nobody in Czech Republic or in Denmark. But what we need to do is if we want to advance and if we not want to be lagging behind, we need to join the forces. And for me, the choice is obvious. It's a transatlantic cooperation. Or do you want to go to China?
Okay, but for you, it's more chances. It's robotics supposed to do something for us humans only, or maybe it's a real risk of replacing us.
No, look. There is no better computing power than the human brain, and once it will be there, I will ask my colleague. There will be two brains working, and that will take another 200 years to surpass. So the AI is not. We should not be afraid of new technologies. We are afraid for already 250 years from the Industrial Revolution. We are still not learning that technology somehow brings the good things to us. So AI for me is the same, we see the same threats as it was with the Industrial Revolution. Robotization will eat our works. We will all starve to death. That's a nonsense. The robotization and artificial intelligence and use of the digital technologies will free us as a human beings having the most powerful computing the computer in your head to be used for good sake, for the creativity, for the innovations, for free time at least. And there is no, how to say, I don't believe in the robots and technologies taking over of the humanity. I believe that the humanity will develop robots and technologies for the good usage. So I don't see the threat in AI. I see the threat for European Union lagging behind and not. And as there was a good remark, we should also make inclusion, global inclusion, that the benefits of these technologies would not be only concentrated in USA, EU, and China. It should be spread wider in the developing countries. And we should not bring all the talents to Warsaw. Some should come to Vilnius. No, joking. They can work remotely. We must pay them the same salaries, and they develop their own economies.
After your words, I feel pretty calm and much safer. Thank you so much. But now I've got a question to Mark Boris Adrianic. You are here with us, yeah? I have to make sure.
Always and forever.
Yes, thank you so much. Because when I think about the European Institute of Innovation and Technology as an independent body of EU, and when I read about mission, your mission is to nurture entrepreneurial talent and promote new ideas, and I would ask you about that, talents and new ideas. Maybe first of all, for the region, like CEE region, and more wilder to transatlantic cooperation in searching new ideas, new technologies.
Thanks for a great question, but let me first comment on what was said before on AI. Now, how do you build an AI superpower? You need basically three things. First, a lot of data and unrestricted access to data. There is no GDPR in China. Second, you need talent. In China, they produce over 1.3 million STEM graduates per year. This figure is less than 400,000 in the US. And thirdly, you need government support. And China, in line with their 2017 AI development plan, has been systemically investing in development of AI and its application in various areas. It's not just face recognition when they're undisputedly number one. It's also voice recognition, self-driving technologies, and many, many other AI-related applications. Now, the thing is that I'm not suggesting that we should get rid of GDPR. Of course not. Data privacy is one of our fundamental values, and it's the right thing for Europe to lead when it comes to forward-looking AI and other tech-related regulation. But we should be investing a lot more in nurturing STEM talents that will, in the end, make all the difference. And I believe that not only do we need a transatlantic partnership when it comes to AI or technology cooperation in general, we also need other countries, as was mentioned before, but in particular, we need India. We need the power of the numbers that India and many other larger countries can bring to the table. Now, when it comes to talent...
Sorry, you don't think that it's difficult in this geopolitical situation when we've got a Russian crisis and India in investments with Russia and Chinese? Because, you know, I know that...
Nothing in geopolitics is simple.
Yeah.
But this is an imperative.
Okay.
This is something that needs to be done. Look, India is a democracy. It shares a lot of the values that we share in the transatlantic community. It is a member of the Quad, which is a very important thing. So there are many, many platforms and reasons for bringing India closer. also by sharing our technology and helping them with their development as much as we can. Now, obviously, we need to bet on our own talent as well, not just the foreign one coming from the global south. And that's basically the reason why I'm in Brussels, because the EIT, which is the European Innovation Agency, just unveiled the biggest initiative when it comes to deep tech skilling, meaning that we plan to skill 3 million deep tech talents in the next 3 years. We know that Europe is lagging behind when it comes to ICT and many other STEM specialists, and this is the biggest initiative so far by the European Commission to make up for this lack of talent in the crucial areas. And I would like to invite not just all the organizations present today in Warsaw, but also all the companies, American ones and European ones, to join this pledge, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, which is, as Igor beautifully noted, on the rise. We are becoming, in many ways, the Europe. Our growth rates, our motivation, our startups are incredibly successful, even more so than in many other parts of Europe. And this is great, but it's not enough, because we're still lagging behind the Western Europe, which means that we need to invest even more, especially in talents. And this 1 million deep tech initiative, powered by European Institute of Innovation and Technology, can benefit CEE in particular. So I invite you all to join the pledge, and I'm sure that together we can make it.
Okay, thank you, Mark Boris. Mr. Tomasz Jamrus, as a director of the Department of Economic Cooperation in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you said a lot of money, but I would ask you about, because like we said, new technology is our future, it's our today also. So what do we need to put our money on, and where should we look for this money, because maybe it's more important that take this money from?
Yes, thank you very much indeed for this, well, very good, but at the same time a very difficult question, because the question where should we get the money from is probably the most difficult of always. But basically, I think, because, I mean, working on limited resources, I think that the best option is to help companies close ranks, cooperate, especially as it was mentioned, in this region we have plenty of small, medium companies whose achievements in terms of technology and advanced solutions development was already praised so many times, and there are proofs of that all over the world. But the problem is that facing competition with giants, such as Google, for them it's always a challenge how to survive. So they basically face two options: either become part of such a big structure as the most prominent in terms of product development and services in this most advanced technological realm entities, not only Google, of course, but several others, we know the names, but or how to cooperate with them actively. And we also see a very big potential in this regard. It's not only about competition, it's about plenty of opportunities. But we have to admit that a very small company, even the most advanced ones, would have severe difficulties in creating this attractive offer of cooperation for, say, big conglomerates, or a comprehensive solution to a given challenge for a developing country, say, or for our economies here. So the productive use of money could be of the sort which could help these small, medium-sized companies to close ranks, and create a kind of integrated solutions or products which could be kind of a comprehensive challenge, response to a given challenge. Because now, say, we have a very specialized blockchain company, but they need partners to integrate this very advanced piece into a bigger solution, also in the digital realm, so to speak. But they don't have scale enough to deploy this globally, or the distribution network and the sales support, and so on and so forth. So in short, first we need to help these companies produce an integrated offer, utilizing all the advantages that they have, and basically help them promote their brand, because what they lack is, of course, also money for the promotion, advertisement. If we look even at Samsung, which is a big conglomerate, they spent billions of dollars on marketing to convince people that they are no longer producing, some lower quality equipment or services. Only billion of dollars went only for that purpose in this company. But where should we get the money from? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so of course, some of that, as it was mentioned, for the support of AI, it has to come from the government. No way avoiding that completely. But of course, the key challenge is to how to have at least some part of this money coming from the private sector. Mm-hmm. It also ensures a productive utilization, because we know that no private entity, or almost none, would invest their resources in any endeavor which would, in their opinion, lead to nowhere in terms of financial, returns on that investment. So the question is how to force this cooperation in a productive way. I don't have a very clear answer to that, but what I can say is that we have very positive experiences in working with our private sector, because if we give companies at least a shadow of a ray of hope that our cooperation with us could bring some opportunities for them, then they are very active and they are actively responding. So I strongly believe that this is the path to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We don't have enough time to talk about every important challenges for transatlantic cooperation and for CEE region, but maybe in the end, Mr. Michał Kanownik, you are a representative of digital industry. So, in perspective of digital industry, I would ask you about the biggest needs and biggest challenges of digital business after all of this answer of our great panelists?
Well, it's a very hard question, because we can talk about these needs and challenges many hours, but I will try to focus on two, maybe three points in this area. First, of course, money. Without money, any business is impossible. So if on the market we will receive some money for new investments, new products, new businesses, I'm sure that our companies, our European regional companies will be able to use these new technologies to create new products, new services on not only on the regional market but on the global market. So for sure, if we find some money on the market to invest in our regional startups, scale-ups, I'm sure that we will manage this issue. Second thing, skills. Mm-hmm. We need to invest money and a lot of work in skills in our region, and skills on different levels, because we need to build these digital skills on the level of young people to prepare them to be users or creators of these new technologies in the future. Second thing, we have to create these digital skills in our, especially SMEs, small, medium-sized companies, enterprises, to prepare them for this new world, for e-commerce, for services online, for cloud, etc. And last thing, digital skills in administration, because without understanding of new technologies in public administration, different levels, in Europe, in the United States, in different places in the world, nothing will change. So money, digital skills, and absolutely understanding of cooperation, that we need a much stronger than today cooperation between Europe, United States. Mark Boris mentioned about India. We can mention about Japan, South Korea. So we can imagine a few potential partners in this global partnership. But in my opinion, based on Free Seas initiative, I think that crucial is cooperation between EU and US. And for sure, Free Seas initiative is a good example of this cooperation, because United States are absolutely the strong and most important partner of this initiative in political and economical point of view. So I'm sure that every year this cooperation, this partnership, this friendship between EU, between our region and United States will be deeper.
And in a few words about cyber education and regulation.
Cyber education is crucial to understand what are the most important threats and how to prepare our market, our companies, our consumer to this situation. And regulations, as I mentioned before, let's try to avoid regulations against something. Let's create regulations pro. Let's create regulations to stimulate investments in innovation, new technologies, new products, new services. It's our future, so let's find some common interests in this area.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for participating in this discussion titled Transatlantic Cooperation. And here with us online we have Frances Barwell, PhD, Atlantic Council. That was a pleasure. Have you, Madam, for having you here. Mindaugas Ubartas, Infobalt, Lithuania. Thank you so much. And clearly hearing with clear voice Mark Boris Adrianic, former Minister of Digital Transformation in Slovenia, Board of the Governing Member EIT. Thank you so much. And Igor Zgrablic, Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager, CEE, Google. Thank you so much. Tomasz Jamrus, Director of the Department of Economic Cooperation, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Poland. Thank you. And like I said earlier, Michał Kanownik, President of Digital Poland Association, CEE Digital Coalition. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Paweł Orlikowski, I'm editor in Poland.pl, and we've got Michał Giersz. Thank you so much for having you here and listen to our discuss.
Thank you, Paweł. And now, since it's a bit past 1:30, now it's the time that on such gatherings very oftentimes is a point that everyone's waiting for, and such a gathering could not go without one. So it's a lunch break, and we meet again. A lunch is served outside, of course, and in the other room, and we meet back in here again at 2 to discuss the cybersecurity issues. Thank you.
Digital revolution is upon us. It's reshaping every fibre of society and economies around the globe. Digital technology is now a vital part of daily lives, running businesses and even countries. Central Eastern Europe has a part to play in these changes. Our vibrant region is teeming with ambition and potential. It has a chance to reap the benefits of adopting and creating technologies transforming the world. CEE must also face new emerging challenges and threats of the digital era. Navigating the uncharted waters of the digital era is not easy. Let's explore them together. Nations of Central Eastern European are bound by their culture and history. Now CEE also shares a common digital identity. Let's truly express it. Let's seize the opportunities. Let us overcome the challenges ahead. To do it, CEE needs close regional cooperation in the digital aspect. CEE Digital Coalition is here to make it happen. Digital industry organizations from all over the region share a goal of bringing it together on the digital path. Transformation of state and business, regulation, cybersecurity, digital competence, investments in digital technologies, developments of startups and scale-ups, connectivity, and more. Let's stand together on all things digital. Let's discuss the way forward towards digital CEE. Let's celebrate and reinforce our cooperation. Welcome to CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2022. Around the globe, digital technology is now a vital part of daily lives, running businesses and even countries. Central Eastern Europe has a part to play in these changes. Our vibrant region is teeming with ambition and potential. It has a chance to reap the benefits of adopting and creating technologies transforming the world. CEE must also face new emerging challenges and threats of the digital era. Navigating the uncharted waters of the digital era is not easy. Let's explore them together. Nations of Central Eastern European are bound by their culture and history. Now CEE also shares a common digital identity. Let's truly express it. Let's seize the opportunities. Let us overcome the challenges ahead. To do it, CEE needs close regional cooperation in the digital aspect. CEE Digital Coalition is here to make it happen. Digital industry organizations from all over the region share a goal of bringing it together on the digital path. Transformation of state and business, regulation, cybersecurity, digital competence, investments in digital technologies, developments of startups and scale-ups, connectivity, and more. Let's stand together on all things digital. Let's discuss the way forward towards digital CEE. Let's celebrate and reinforce our cooperation. Welcome to CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2022.
Knowing that some of the people are still enjoying their lunch, waiting for them. On the other hand, I know after a lunch we would use some exercise probably, but no worries, I'm not going to force you to do that. We would have more of a probably intellectual exercise in this discussion panel. But before it starts, let me please ask Gabor Matrai of Association of the Digital Economy in Hungary to deliver a keynote speech.
Where is the clicker?
Here.
Thank you. It's always hard to have a presentation after lunch, you know, but I will share with you that in my previous life I was responsible for the regional cable television operation, and the cable business was always, you know, the last presenter, you know, in the conferences around 5-6 o'clock afternoons. So it's better, you know, to be after the lunch, but always after the lunch is very difficult, you know, pay the attention of the audience. But I can count, you know, how many people is here now. And let's go further. I will talk about a little bit of the cybersecurity and focusing on the Central Eastern Europe. But first of all, step back a little bit and go back to the beginnings. We were talking about the Central Eastern Europe a lot during today's session, and of course about the cybersecurity as well. But let's summarize what are the common features of the region. Geographic location, of course, but here the center-periphery dichotomy is a very important issue. And we will look at it from the macroeconomic figures and the level of digital development as well. What does it mean and what could mean? In the grip and buffer zones of great powers, countries like Russia, like Germany, and backyard in the China as well, if we talk about not only geographic issue, the commercial relationships as well. Just for your attention, the telecommunication industry in the region is mainly mobile industry is based on the Chinese technology, for example. But on the other, moreover, the similar historical, economic, social development and level of development. Nearly the same level of infrastructure development in these countries, similar level of digital transformation development, and of course the key role of the cooperation and alliances. This is through the whole history of this region. I just would like to mention only one example. For example, from the 14th century, the Czech, the Hungarian, and the Polish kings met in Visegrad. That was the basis of the Visegrad V4 countries cooperation, but it was the 14th century. It was after the war between Czech and Polish kingdoms, and in Visegrad, with the help of the Hungarian king, it was able, they were able, to settle this problem or this war. EU and NATO membership, this is a common characteristic as well, or feature of this region, or the countries in the region. But let's concentrate on the most important economic indicators of the region as well. I would concentrate only on the 3 Cs countries, not on the V4 countries. V4 countries is on the slide just because of the cooperation between the 3 Cs countries and the CEE Digital Coalition idea came out, the V4 countries digital cooperation. It was the starting point. When we talk about the cooperation in the digital field with Michal, who is an engine of this cooperation, CEE Digital Coalition Cooperation, and Poland and Polish colleagues as well, we had a clear vision that there is no other way to be successful, cooperate. And not only cooperation, partnership. This is important as well, not only cooperate, based on, let's say, different financial, economic, social interests. Let's establish some kind of partnership. If we concentrate on the 3 Cs countries, I brought the figures from 2019, because that was the year before the COVID pandemic, and these figures could show or present more clear view on the operation or economy and society of these countries, represent more than 110 million inhabitants. This is 25% of the EU 27. GDP of more than 1.9 billion euro. This is only 14% of the EU 17 or the 27, and more than 52 million employed persons. Again, 25% of the EU 27. While average economic growth of these countries was 3.5% between this period, 2015 and 2019, with an average, the average GDP per capita is below 80% of the EU average, and significantly lower labor productivity. The second chart shows that. This is in Hungarian, but if you look at the 100% line, this is the real EU average, and if you can see the labor productivity, which means you can see from the other slides that the digital transformation, the digitization could give opportunity for the region. to the next slide. Yes. And there are many people here who knows the DESI index, you know, the digital economic and social indicator of the countries. You can see the EU average in the middle. Of course, you know, if you look at the countries, it's this chart is in color, but now it's in gray color only. You can see Hungary, you can see Bulgaria, Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Croatia, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Slovenia, Lithuania, Austria, and Estonia is only one exemption from that, you know, because we have to investigate or check, you know, what the Estonian or Estonian friends do better, you know. If you look at this, CEE countries are typically among the lagging behind based on this DESI index, which is also an important fact. CEE digital level or digital transformation level, it follows from the above indicators that the countries participating in the 3 C's CEE cooperation or partnership set as main goals and objectives based on that. One is building a stronger and more cohesive CEE and Europe together, strengthening economic growth of the region and thereby increasing social well-being. Social well-being is an important issue. I would say some words here because we are experts, we are specialists, you know, in the digital efforts, digital topics. But on the other hand, you know, we have to translate the digital issues, digital problems, digital things, you know, to the language of the ordinary people, for the citizens, and of course for the small and medium-sized enterprises. Because it's an important task of us, you know, because we are many times, you know, in the situation that we are talking about the digitization in our language. We could understand each other, but the small and medium-sized enterprises and the ordinary citizens do not understand it many times. Increasing energy and cyber security, and not only the security, resistance and the resilience as well. In order to achieve these goals, it was decided to make joint strategic actions or action, launch and support regional projects with special emphasis in the infrastructure, development, energy, transport, and we were able to enlarge, you know, the scope with the digital sector as well, because at the very beginning, when the 3 C's or CEE, larger CEE cooperation on initiative was established, the digital issues weren't in the main focus of this cooperation. The main focus was energy, transportation, logistics. And without digital transformation or digital sectors, these sectors couldn't be successful either. And this digital sector with a special focus on the cyber security as well. But let's step back a little bit, you know, because we were quite, let's say, talented, you know, in this field, and we heard many words about the cybersecurity during the panel discussions and the keynote speeches this morning. But let's step back. What is cybersecurity? Why is it is important? The US Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has a definition. This is the art of protecting networks, devices, and data from unauthorized access or criminal use, and the practice of ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. There are other definitions as well, and if you look at this, in the simple term, cybersecurity is a technical discipline. I put technical in brackets because it's not only a technical issue. Discipline concerned with protecting the digital interest of people, households, companies, cities, and nations. It includes everything from phishing, scams, and digital identity thefts to large-scale data breaches and cyber terrorism. And here it's not so good picture, but I will share with you this presentation, the cyber incidents by industries. I would like to concentrate on two important industries. One is the health, and the other is the education. I will talk about a little bit more later on. Now, we are all vulnerable to cybercrime. Cybercrime is common. Cybercrime is an economic issue. Cybercrime erodes personal privacy. Cybercrime is a threat to national security. Rates of cybercrimes are increasing. We were able to have some figures, this morning as well about that. What are benefits of cybersecurity? One column is missing here, for businesses, for governments, and for citizens. One column is missing. We could talk about that during the panel discussion. For businesses, can protect the business, allow employees to work safely, protect productivity, deny spyware, prevent adware, protect personal information, support cybersecurity expert, can stop website from going down, which is a good tool, it's a very good tool for the companies, for the sales. Inspire confidence in the customers, secure the international cooperation. For governments, protect national data, secure the continuous operation, provide uninterrupted services, which are very important for the businesses and for the citizens as well. Safeguard national and critical infrastructure, vital to prevent cyber incidents and war, improve national security, inspire trust and confidence the citizens and businesses. This is important as well, trust and confidence. Secure the international cooperation as well as for the businesses. This is a chart I designed for the cooperation and for the partnership. It's not only concentrate on the cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is a phenomenon which overarching and influence everything as a horizontal phenomenon. But if you look at this chart, this is a kind of international cooperation and partnership, which was the last paragraph, for the government and for the businesses. And I prepared especially for the cooperation of the CEE countries, V4 countries, and of course Digital Europe, which is the umbrella organization of the NTAs and ICT associations in Europe. And I would focus three parts of that. One is the transatlantic cooperation, NATO, US-EU Trade and Technology Council. We heard many very important topics and issues on that. I would concentrate on the international chambers, Chamber of Commerce and international corporates. Without international corporates, or let's say multinational companies, or without the cooperation with them, partnership with them, there won't be any successful, beneficial cooperation in the field of cybersecurity. And the other part is, what is the main topics and areas, focus areas? Let's start with the digital competencies. Digital competencies is also are also horizontal phenomenon in the digital world. We have to focus on the infrastructures, digital SMEs, it's an important one as we talk about that. Digital public services, trust and security, it's important. And in the middle of that, the innovation, startups and scale-up. Startups and scale-ups are very important from the European Union innovation point of view and from technology development point of view. These startups and scale-ups could support, the multinational companies, the large corporates who are quite ahead in the technology field, in technology level. And what are the main focus areas of digital issues, topics? This data economy, artificial intelligence, 5G, 6G, blockchain, quantum computing, green and digital twin, and cybersecurity. cybersecurity is again, as digital competencies, overarching, all these digital topics. Next is, I would like to share with you before the panel discussions the weakest link theory. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. This is obvious, yes, for everyone. The performance in any organization or system is dedicated or dictated by constraints. These are restrictions that prevent an organization, a system from maximizing, let's say optimizing the performance or its performance. The constraints can involve people, supplies, information, equipment, or even policies, and can be internal or external to an organization. And this is a provocative sentence, my last sentence. People are the weakest link in the cyber security chain. Is it true or not? We can talk about that during our panel discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gabor. And now is the time to actually start the panel discussion. So very briefly, joining us online, Robert Bogdanfi, Public Affairs Director at Employers Association of the Software and Services Association. Online, Emil Fitos, President of IT Association of Slovakia. Good afternoon. Romualdas Petkevicius, Director of Regional Cyber Defense Center in Kaunas, Lithuania. Good afternoon. John Keel, Head of Innovation at Infopulse, Board Member at IT Ukraine Association online as well. Again. And Marcin Krasuski, Google Cloud Public Policy for Central Europe, Eastern Europe. Yes, and Jacek Raubo, Cyber Defense 24 PL.
Thank you very much.
Everyone's here, great.
Okay, we'll have opportunity to talk about cybersecurity. I think this is the greatest topic right now, and I would like to focus on situation during 2022. In our region, we see a very important and very dangerous trends in our security, general security issues. So first of all, perhaps a question to Romualdas Petkevicius. During the 2022, can we see differences in approach to cybersecurity due to this war in Ukraine? Can we talk about general trend in redefining the role of cybersecurity, or we have something which is very common to our discussions? Because I remember every time when we talk about cybersecurity before 2022, we underline that we need to be ready for any types of dangerous situations during the peacetime and during the war. But do we see any differences right now?
Thank you for a great question. Thank you for inviting Regional Cyber Defense Center to be represented here. I'm in Poland. Poland just joined the center as of this Monday. So this is your center. I'm representing Poland as well.
A very important message coming from our debate.
So it's always nice to start with the good news. But listen. After lunch, we had warm up. Let's warm up further. How many of you believe that everything will be the same as before war in cybersecurity? Raise of hands. How many believe? Of course, it will change. Definitely, it will change. Besides being director of the regional cybersecurity center, I'm also a military full colonel. So I understand. At this time, we might not fought the pure cyber war, but we definitely saw the elements of the cyber war, at least at the beginning of the Russian campaign. If you followed, and there were already mentioned during our presentation how the satellite network was affected at the beginning. Just a week before invasion, physical invasion or kinetic operations, the cyber attack, kind of massive cyber attack, took place on the public services in Ukraine, with the idea probably to cause the havoc in the population, to support the invasion. So cyber war is real, maybe limited at now, but we need to be ready. How? Again,
one more question. How many of the audience represents public service? Raise of hands. So I assume everybody is...
Perhaps they are watching us and hearing us
if they are watching
online.
also vote. So I assume most of you are private sector. So how many of you think that your organizations that you represent are cyber secure in light of the crisis? We saw, infrastructure blowing, cables being physically cut. Did you still feel that you are secure? Cool. So some people were ready for real crisis, including physical aspects of cybersecurity. How many of your companies have done risk assessments of your cyber readiness and resilience? How many of you? Here you go. So there are somebody who works in that. Yeah, I'm a student myself now, cybersecurity management. So they make me to do it. Okay. Whatever. But listen, we need to pay attention further in the physical aspects of cybersecurity. When you put, that flood might be, that the war might happen, give it more attention. The physical risks to the cybersecurity, which, as in your presentation was, cybersecurity is overarching in whatever cooperation efforts we put in the future. So summarizing, it will change. It already changed. We've looked at the cybersecurity more closely. We develop the platforms for cooperation in the area of cybersecurity, and I hope those platforms will be more, how to say, more working platforms, Okay, military question. How many of you know tactical, operational, strategic levels? How we operate it? The tactical level, doers, operational level, planners, and strategic levels, policymakers, they discuss and everything. I am from the doer clan. Our regional cyber defense center provides advanced cyber threat intelligence information to our partners. So Poland will be contributing to advanced to provide this cybersecurity, cyber intelligence information for you as well. The organization that joined our center is from the Chancellor of Prime Minister. So I hope, even though no government sector represented, I hope that you in the private sector also will receive this reporting. Doers, let's do it, because it has to happen. We need to know what is happening in cyberspace, because cyberspace changed as a result of the war. Sorry.
Thank you very much for this great comment. And perhaps I will continue this topic with question to Jan Kehl, from board member at IT Ukrainian Association online right now. Can you hear me? Okay, so we check our connection. I would like to ask about the present Ukrainian experience in the field of cyber resilience during 2022, because we have heard that we will never go back to this before war time about thinking this cybersecurity issues. But how right now you can define this cyber resilience background from Ukraine's side?
Yeah, I hope everyone can hear me. I'm today connected from Ukraine, from Kiev. Maybe in the background you can hear that the sirens at the moment are running. I hope everything will be fine. Thanks a lot for the invitation to be here today and be around. Very happy to join a panel with such expertised personnel and people. So the question was about building the resilience, right? I mean, first of all, I have three messages. The first one is we cannot solve the problems from today and tomorrow with the understanding and the tools from yesterday. We are all and ever interconnected, no matter the technical possibilities. And unfortunately, security is obscurity. But definitely, at least Ukraine understood how important it is to be prepared, and in 8 years is a long time, and you can achieve a lot. We at IT Ukraine Association, and of course also at Infopulse, share our experiences with partners, not only since 2014. Sharing means not only caring here in the direct sense, but is an important building block to create resilient systems to protect people and the society. We need, like the previous speaker was saying, we need to build platforms, not the technical platforms, but platforms where these three different levels, the doers, the processes, the different type of communities can connect, exchange knowledge, support each other, and create awareness for people, companies, and governments. Each country should grow such communities now and involve them in the cyber defense of the state if necessary. Previously, and we all know, war was fought on water, land, on air only. Now it is impossible to imagine a war without attacks in cyberspace. So in a nutshell, cyber attacks will be more and more all over the world. And the simple truth is that our company and your country is protected as much as the weakest employer or citizen is protected.
Thank you very much, sir, for your comment. And perhaps I will use also this online connection to our guest, second guest. And I will ask Robert Bogdanov about how war in Ukraine, how this new trend in cybersecurity redefined cooperation or exchange information between public and industrial fields. And do we have right now effective synergy of that, or we need to work or develop new forms of this cooperation, because we see what is going on in Ukraine, how they are cooperating, how they are changing approach to this security of whole state, of course using this cyber digital tools.
Thank you so much for that question. Actually, an excellent question. And of course, thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm so sorry I cannot be present in Warsaw. I promise to be there next year, and hello to all of my distinguished colleagues on the panel, some of whom I know very well. Actually, so you heard that question, that's exactly what I wanted to focus on. I think we've learned a lot after this war, and what we're learning is that you can no longer just tackle cybersecurity as the specialists will solve the problem. I think before the war, a lot of companies and a lot of associations were thinking, if something happens, I'm sure the military has all the specialists it needs and it will defend us. But today, we realize how important it is to cooperate, public sector and private sector together. We see how important it is for the military to pay attention to civil infrastructure, to see how vulnerable that is, to create tabletop exercises, to enhance partnerships. So just like you said, it has evolved. We have seen it. We are discussing very closely with our own National Directorate for Cybersecurity. They are very open, and they definitely are very aware of the challenges that we are facing in cybersecurity. They are constantly hiring people and increasing their staff, which is fantastic. But they're also reaching out to the private sector, and the private sector, I think, has reacted the right way, especially what I've seen in Ukraine. But I think that we can no longer think simply of the large providers of solutions and of the large companies as being responsible for cybersecurity. Every one of us is now responsible for cybersecurity. I think everybody's realizing that on a personal level, you need to have a good level of cyber hygiene just to decrease the surface of attack that these unfriendly actors are trying to exploit. And of course, a lot of people are realizing that the cyber threat is no longer simply a state-run organization, as it were. It is a very complex phenomenon that includes criminal underworld, but it also includes state actors, and sometimes the lines are very blurred, and we are not sure which one is acting, but we know we have to defend against all the attacks. So actually, the most important message that I want to share is that this is the future of cybersecurity. We can no longer think narrowly. We have to know who our allies are. We have to be aligned in our values and resolve. We must think about civil and military infrastructure systems together, and we must fight them together, civil, industry, as well as government.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a great remarks during this conference. I think we will build some important messages coming to, for instance, police makers or decision makers around our region, but also I think wider perspective. But I think this 2022 is redefining the role of big tech companies and their tools. And I would like to right now ask Marcin Krasowski how 2022 is changing approach of governments and perhaps industry to cloud tools and to cloud as a part of resistance to some threats coming also from the state actors.
Thank you very much for the question. Can you hear me? Yeah,
I suppose.
Great. So thank you for invitation to this panel. And so we at Google, we are kind of used to cyber threats because we are the most attacked web page on the planet right now. So we have to focus on security of our users and of our products and services from day one. We have deployed something which is called Zero Trust Policy. So from the stage of planning and then execution, as you said, doers and planners, strategics, like cybersecurity is on top of our agenda. So the war in Ukraine hasn't really changed our approach in this respect. Obviously, we have seen for the first time, I think, how cyber threats can influence the war, critical infrastructure, etc., etc. But we have seen a surge of attacks, especially on web pages and on news portals, especially in Ukraine, on these news pages that are providing reliable information to Ukrainians. So we felt that this is our responsibility for Ukrainians to be able to get reliable information. So that's why we have enrolled them to our cloud, on our cloud. That's how over 200 various news sites and government services right now are run from Google Cloud Platform. So, and they are still operating. They are still being accessed by Ukrainians or whoever is interested. And it proves that cloud is secure. Last week, we met with the mayor of Bucha, the city in Ukraine that witnessed a horrible massacre. And the mayor of the city told us that she's really thankful because she was able to have her administration running because of Google products, because basically all her administration was running on Google Workspace. And this basically proves that big tech services are safe, resistant and reliable, even in such extreme consequences as the war.
Yeah, it's a fantastic remark that society need to work even during the war, and they are digital societies. So security is not only for military purpose or for battlefields, but also for people who are living outside this region of fightings. And I think this is very important to understand the role of technology also after the battle. When we think about the Bucha massacre, this is also the key element for our civilization aim to define who is responsible for this and to punish people who are responsible for this massacre. But I would like right now to focus more on cooperation between different partners and different structures, international structures. So my question to Emil Fitos, do you think that European Union is a very important actor right now, right here, for our region, for this cyber resilience during 2022, or this is something which is still not so visible?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Welcome, everybody. It's hard to say that EU activities are not visible. They are visible. They have impact. But until now, EU regulations and EU activities were mostly concentrated on operators of essential services like energy, water, telco, banking, health, etc., or on digital services providers. It looks that for example, the Network and Information Security Act has raised additional investments into cybersecurity to several extents, where I think the analytics, the governance and compliance, and the network security were three biggest topics of investments. And it also looks that the subjects which have to implement these regulations are quite happy. 82% of them says that this helped them at least to get to a certain industrial standard, if nothing else. And the cost of implementing this NIS was approximately from 5 to 10%, which is visible money, but not a crucial one. Maybe not comparable to GDPR, which was a problem per se. So it looks like this brought some results. Currently, the EU strategy is getting more broad. First of all, it's stepping out of the world of the big operators and essential services providers. It's becoming much more concentrated on things like IoT, security, and is promoting cybersecurity activities also within businesses and SMEs, where, for example, digital innovation hubs supported by European Union should play a part. And besides this, European Union strategy has second two pillars. First is international cooperations, including joint actions, and second is global cooperation, because we heard it here in the global world and global network. Also our security measures have to be global. And for example, do you know what is the price of your health record on the black market? It's some $250. Yeah, it's the most expensive data set related to person. The second most expensive is your credit cards information, which costs approximately $5 to $6, 50 times less. So this makes sense to concentrate on the big providers and then big data owners. So if your country has a centralized base of healthcare records, then you can calculate easily what is the price of it on black market, and that some cost definitely should be spent on this. So we are not talking about threats from hybrid war, but also from criminal world. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very important statement, because we cannot abandon this non-state threats when we are focusing on war. But I would like to ask about the main challenges. Gabor Matrai, you have started this panel with a very fantastic introduction. You mentioned health and education sector as very visible targets for cyber criminals or cyber attacks. But do you think that right now, 2022, and for instance, situation with energy sector is changing a situation in various fields, or we still need to focus more on health or education?
Yes, thank you for your question. I pick up two sectors, this is education and health. You mentioned another one, this energy. We talk about that many words, during the morning session. On the other hand, I would raise the issue that all the sectors are impacted, all the sectors. If you look at nowadays, our age, this is the series of crises. Refugee crisis, climate crisis, war, energy crisis, financial crisis, after the COVID pandemic, and just because of the war and the energy crisis, and again migration, again refugee crisis. This is the series of crises, and if you look at this, or if you approach from this perspective, all the sectors, all the industries, all the part of the life will be touched with some kind of crisis, some kind of interruptions, and some kind of threats. So therefore, cybersecurity, as it was mentioned, an overarching and then horizontal phenomenon, and this is in relationship with the digital education, digital skills, digital competencies, not only cyber skills. Because if there is no real basis of the societies or in the businesses, among the businesses, a basic level of digital skills, it's very difficult, build on the cyber skills. That's an important remark. There is another important remark that the bloody war, Ukrainian war, and aggression of Russia pointed out or put a real focus on the importance of cybersecurity, because this is the first, as it was mentioned, first massive hybrid war. Hybrid physical, of course, hybrid as a cyber, and hybrid as a propaganda, fake news and media. So let's focus on the cyber part of that. So it's focused on that, but we have to be careful with that, since this is not only about the war. This is about all the parts of the daily lives, or the part of the operation of the businesses, large and medium-sized and small businesses, and all the operations of the governments, states. We have to change our mindset concerning to this. It's very complex from the point of view of it's touched everything, in your life. Since digitization is everywhere, everything is connected, everybody is connected. ITO solutions. How many equipments connected to each other? Manufacturing, in the meteorology or something like that. You can in the transportation, in the logistic, and all the people are connected as well. We have mobile phones, we have tablets, we have notebooks. Of course, there are a part of the societies who are not so keen on the digital skills, but on the other hand, it's getting to be a little bit more and more larger percentage or perspective when the new generation is coming. So the total change of mindset is needed. A total formulation of the mindset is needed, and it's very important not only by the governments, by the nations, at the level of EU, and of course, in the society or in the cooperation and between the alliances. Let's focus on the transatlantic alliance, who are at the same values, or who represent the same values. And I try to emphasize again, or put the focus again, the ordinary citizens' behaviors, and the small and medium-sized enterprises' behaviors, because these are the weakest link, let's say, And weakest links, it doesn't mean, as I mentioned, from geographical point of view, if you are a member of an alliance, for example, member of the NATO, member of the EU, it's not about the countries. It's very important, to be at the same standard, in cybersecurity as well. But this is not only the countries. This is within the businesses, within the governments, and of course within the society.
Okay, thank you very much. I see that we are out of time, but I will use my role as a moderator because I still have a working microphone. So briefly, I would like to ask all of you about, from your side, of course, the biggest challenges for cybersecurity, because we need to have some feedback from our debate. So I would like to ask all of you about your personal biggest challenge when you are thinking about the cybersecurity during the next month or during the next year, because I think the situation is so dynamic that we cannot think about the long-term situation as we did before 2022. So perhaps maybe the same side. Romas Petkevicius, you started.
Thank you very much. Great question. And we saw a lot of challenges listed before.
So just one, and one the most important.
Listen, trust is the biggest challenge, okay? We have many platforms to share information on cybersecurity, to work together, but we have to trust each other to share information. How many of you, when you heard that Poland joined the Regional Cyber Defense Center, will start sharing information with us? Сусіди, jesteśmy sąsiadami. You have to trust us, How many information I will receive tomorrow from you? Let's use those platforms that are developed for working together for cybersecurity to really work, to trust each other. We're starting to trust each other and build cybersecurity together. Tomorrow, or even, today, no deal. Today is after party. But tomorrow, go into offices of your bosses and say, listen, they asked us for information on cybersecurity, so we all benefit, we all know what is happening. Let's trust each other. And then all those tsunamis, everything of regulations and everything will work for us, not against us, okay? Trust is the challenge.
So we have a very strong connection between cyber and psychology to build the trust. So perhaps the same question about one biggest challenge to our online guests. Jan Gale?
Yeah, happy to answer. Give me the second. I mean, I have two main points. For Ukraine itself, no matter that there have been thousands of attacks on Ukraine and over Ukraine and in general, Ukraine has learned a lot and done a lot. But there should be done more. And exchange was mentioned here a lot of times, trust, to be able then to rely on these data, on these exchange data. But for instance, in Ukraine, there is still no law on cybersecurity. There is no approved list of critical infrastructure facilities. And respectively, there are no standards for their protection. Only in the last year, President Zelensky signed a decree on creation of cyber troops and these kinds. So focus on engagement with nations and countries that already have done their homework, learn from them, reuse best practices. And then when it comes from the country level to the company level, then I guess the lesson learned or the challenges that we have to work on are 3 points. BCP, business continuity plan, needs to be in place. Follow standards, implement them. There are so many, ISO 27000, there's the German IT Grundschutz. There are tools like compliance managers that help you to establish the base and beyond. Secondly, as mentioned from our panel speaker from Google, use state-of-the-art backup scenarios, including redundant services, including mature configuration cloud security services that then help you to hold security protection. So that's around BCP. Secondly, that's after processes and tools are clear, take care about the stuff. It's a challenging topic. Awareness, and again awareness. how to deal in the state of force majeure, how to be aware about processes and their updates. How about alerting and status updates? Are they in place? Infopulse, for instance, is using a nice tool, connector, which helps us to be informed about our employers, but also the other way around, help the specialists in these difficult times. And then last but not least, please allow me, cyber attack landscape was also mentioned today. I mean, clearly is the readiness for governmental structures a point to look at, as I mentioned before, to look at critical infrastructures. Supply chain, right, in both meanings, be affected and also affected critically. We have mentioned before the attack of the satellite system back on 24th of February. I mean, we are interconnected. I said this before. Russia wanted to get down some communication structures here in Ukraine, but what happened was actually that also, for instance, the energy and windmills in Germany went dark and went down. So you need to monitor what is happening on the cyber attack landscape. You need to be able to act, not react, so being a step beyond, being a step ahead. And then, last but not least, if Russia stops shooting and goes into the hidden mode, that doesn't mean it's over or it's done. It changes the attack vectors and goes into the cyberspace. So let us be prepared jointly together based on trust, as the other panel participant mentioned before.
Again, trust. So we have a lot of tasks to do. Right now, the same question to Robert Bogdanov.
Thank you, and actually also related to trust, but this time it's not just trust government to government, it's trust private sector to government. I think a very important challenge to note is related to our development status, right? Because as Gabor presented, we are not yet a very developed and digitalized society according to DESI, right? So the digitalization challenges and developmental challenges are overlapping with the cybersecurity challenges. And this is happening in a way that many states can lock down and not actually adopt new technologies. They want to discourage the adoption of certain new tools, right? So in our view, Anis believes that the adopting of public cloud usage in the government would actually do more for cybersecurity than almost any individual tool could do, right? And the penetration right now of public cloud services in the Romanian government is extremely low. So, for instance, today we don't even have an electronic health record, so it's not on the black market. You cannot buy it because I myself cannot consult it. I can't see it. It doesn't exist. So in this context, I think it is very important to start to trust some of the tried and true tools, especially public cloud we're seeing, right? And start adopting them quickly, because they are safer than all of your on-prem services and all of your legacy systems that we may find in the government in Romania.
Thank you very much. So again, trust. We have right now conclusion, but before that, I will ask Marcin Krasowski. Do you think trust is a key element?
Yes, trust is the key element, but I would like to make two recommendations. One for individuals is to follow basic cyber hygiene. Basically, be reasonable about what you do on being online, and as it's basically the same as each of you would travel to a foreign city in a foreign country. Just be cautious. And this is like the best, I think, idea for individuals, but for organizations, no matter if in public sector or private, just move to cloud. Because, like as the previous speaker said, the public cloud services are way more secure than any on-prem solutions, and the war in Ukraine has clearly demonstrated that there is no way of escaping incoming rockets, only the public cloud. Thank you.
This is a very important background for any discussion about the cybersecurity when we see missiles coming and aiming some infrastructure, because generally we were thinking about this so-called cyber warfare, but the BAMs are right now aiming physical structures of that. The same question about the future challenges to Emil Fitas.
Yeah. Nearly the same answer, trust, but from a different perspective. The trust in cybersecurity has many similarities with trust in digital transformation as such. Part of the trust is long-term partnerships. Part of the trust is your transparency. If you fail, if you make mistake, shit happens. If you try to hide it, then they will never forgive you. You will lose the reliability, and also you are judged not only by your reliability but also by reliability of your supply chain, of your partners. It's more complex, and you have to think about it. And the second thing is cooperation or collaboration. Listen, once upon a time, I had a chance to meet with the people from the other side, with the bad guys in the cybercrime. In fact, I was this time a CEO in 2 countries, and they tried to sell through me some solutions which can be used also by law enforcement agency or some agency in the other country. So they turned on me, it didn't work out, but the discussion was fascinating for me. It took several hours, and one thing I realized is that those different groups, which are all over the world, they cooperate. If there is a so-called 0-1 exploit, some vulnerability which appears in any tool, they immediately share it, and it's available for them, and they can act. So if they share information, they cooperate, no matter whether for free or for money, then we definitely have to do the same and be similarly flexible in sharing information, in exchanging information about the necessity to take actions, etc. So this collaboration is a must. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And the last remarks from Gabor.
Thank you.
Matvei.
Trust is a key word, but on the other hand, you have to have this trust in a way that if you understand what is surrounding you, what is the environment. Therefore, I think that it's important to put together systems which could respond or react immediately for new challenges. It's true there will be new challenges. It's not a question. It's not a question. On the other hand, in the same time, you have to be proactive, to be prepared, to be flexible, to react. And I think that I tend to say that there is nothing new under the sun. Because if you look at, for example, the physical world and the analog world, let's put 2 examples. Bank robberies. This is more or less the same in the cyberspace, hacking your bank account. If you have physical documents, in a storage room, for example, or in a treasury which is against the fire, for example, in the physical world. But this is the same with the digital data. If you could explain, if you can translate to the language of the, let's say, ordinary people or human beings or citizens, this is an important element of the trust. And this is the same with the enterprises. I do not want to concentrate now on the large multinational companies, because this is obvious that they are concentrate on that. And the public-private partnership is also an important issue here, and to teach the small and medium-sized enterprises by the multinational, international companies. This is a very important role. So reaction is always an immediate step. Proaction, to be flexible and to be more resilient, it's an important issue, and to translate, to understand that the cyberspace and cybersecurity, cyber crimes is not a mystification issue. It was the same in the past, as the digital revolution or Industry 4.0, it was the past, the steam machines and something like that. So if you explain it, the small and medium-sized enterprises, citizens could understand it, could react on that. This is the basis of the trust, and their activity will be based on that. So this is a key element as well.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We right now accept that the trust is the key word for our debate today. I think we need to trust to each other. We need to trust our new technology tools, but we need to trust that we will be under a very strong pressure soon. But I think there is a large field to cooperate and to work. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. We are just about to start the last discussion of this day, but before that, please let's mutually listen to the keynote speech by Eva Majdel, who's a member of the European Parliament from Bulgaria.
Poland Association, dear CEE Digital Summit Warsaw participants, I would like to start with congratulating Mr. Kanovnik and the organizers, as well as the participants at this important event, because this is a gathering of some of the brightest minds, but also change makers in the digital sphere from across the CEE region. This topic is more than pertinent in today's day and age. How can the CEE region better utilize the changes in technology, including at an EU level, to find its new role? I'm sure that most of you are aware that this term here in the European Parliament is the term of digital legislation in the European Union. We are in the midst of negotiations on two of the biggest digital files. The AI Act, the first ever law on artificial intelligence, on which I'm the rapporteur in the Industry, Research and Energy Committee, and as well as another big file for the industry, the CHIPS Act, this EU landmark piece of legislation for the semiconductor industry, of which I'm the rapporteur in both the Industry and Economics Committee for the largest group. We have also adopted two new pieces of legislation on online platforms. I'm sure many of you are very well familiar with the Digital Services Act, so-called DSA, but also the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, which I also worked on and was one of the rapporteurs. All these abbreviations show the significant impact on the technological landscape that we have right now in Europe. Although those four files are different, I, in my work, was guided by several principles, so I would like to share those ones with you. The first one is that those new rules should not increase the East-West divide. The positive of the technological revolution in Europe cannot and should not go only to the West. Secondly, I was guided that technologies should reach and empower SMEs, startups as well. It is not enough that the big companies start using and utilizing AI, deploying it, but smaller ones should also begin to optimize their processes as well. On a similar note, it is the big social platforms who should take part of the responsibilities when it comes to disinformation and illegal content, and not only the user. My third guiding principle was that new digital rules should not burden businesses. They should not kill the innovative ideas. So, for example, the rules on AI should not kill the prospect of AI development and uptake in Europe. And so, similarly, the CHIPS Act should provide impetus for a stronger role for Europe in the whole semiconductor ecosystem. I ask myself, is there anything that we in our region can do? And I think the answer is yes. We need to see that the technological revolution is here. It brings many new opportunities, and the question becomes how to utilize them. We can start jointly investing in our D&I centers and projects with a concrete focus on development of high and deep tech infrastructure, for example. Or we can put specific focus on the introduction and implementation of the new technologies like artificial intelligence for our SMEs, our traditional SMEs, that is. This would come about easier if we also aim for a change in thinking, in mentality. We need to start looking at the digital transformation, I think, as a powerful instrument for an increased competitiveness, energy, but also food security. So with this, I would like to wrap up my intervention and thank you for the invitation. I wish you a very productive conference, and hopefully next time we'll be together in person. Thank you.
So now for the last discussion panel, which is challenge for digital transformation of Central and Eastern Europe. Please welcome to the stage Andrzej Dopierała, President at ASECO Data Systems. Michał Kardos, Slovak Alliance for Innovation Economy. Edi Stanons, Latvian Information and Communication Technology Association. Then joining us online is Ziga Turk, professor and former minister responsible for Information Society in Slovenia. And and Justyna Orłowska. We were hoping you would join us. Thank you very much for this. Justyna Orłowska, the plenipotentiary of the Prime Minister of Poland for GovTech. Good afternoon. Whenever I was listening to those conversations today, I had the kind of feeling that we are concerning the whole region of CEE as a whole, as a kind of homogenic space that works with same goals and maybe aims for same goals that are set. But then I would think we're far from that. Maybe we have the same goals, but we have probably very different ways of trying to achieve them, and we do actually form largely different environments in terms of technology, regulations, taxes, and so on. And I would like to try and address this issue first, asking Justyna Orłowska about what we can do, or what are we on the government levels doing to kind of build same narrative, but also define same goals and try and be more homogenic in terms of creating a fully attractive and similar environment in all of our countries?
Thank you for this question. Of course, it is very challenging because every country is at a different level of digital transformation and has different approaches because it's of course their privilege to do that, yeah, and they are in to do that. But what would be helpful? I can say that two words exactly, open source. Is also very useful, and it should be the key answer to how we can share our experiences, and so at the end of the day we should build our digital tools at our governments that will be easily to share with other countries. For example, in Poland we have set up the one platform which is called gov.pl, which is the platform that can be used by every entity in Poland, every public entity, in order to drive e-services. And so it is like the common engine to share with other ministries, but also local governments, and everything like the common fundamental is should be present.
Okay, so now I'm wondering, because you said gov.pl, I'm wondering how this works, and I want to address this last question to Andrzej dopiero, how this works on business level, like is this, and how this works in comparison to, well, ASECO is present all over the region, basically all over. How this works in comparison to other countries of the region and outside of the region?
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me here. So, ASECO is a group of companies. We originate from Poland, but we are present in many, should I say, all Central Eastern European countries. So when I think of this saying, which is Central Eastern Europe, and that we try to consider this as like one region, on one hand I agree, but then if I look from my ASECO experience at different countries that we operate in, we have some similarities, we have some common challenges, but yet every market is different. Every country is at a different level of advancement. Well, if you take Estonia, which is a shining star of digital transformation, and then some other countries which are on a different stage of their digital path. However, I still prefer I have some doubts that we should look at the region like a one uniform body. This is not. Now, from the digitization perspective, I think one statement is, in my opinion, is valid for all of our countries, that we are not as advanced on average, or in majority of our countries are not as advanced in general as our Western partners, which is well, it's a bit of a problem, but it's also a chance, because now that we have entered this digital revolution or digital transformation age. Each country is starting, but each country has a chance to achieve a lot more and to catch up to the other. I think this digital transformation, it has to happen, and we had pandemia, which actually increased the speed of digital transformation. Now we have the war, which has all its challenges, but digital transformation is a fact, and it keeps going. So each of our countries is at a different stage. I believe we have in each country we have very good people. I mean, we have specialists which are highly trained, which are well positioned to really do good things. However, still at this point of time, usually we are providing the resources for other companies in the world to build products. So most of the margin goes elsewhere. It's good that we provide these resources so we can learn, but I think the sooner we start having our own products in our countries, which are really world-class products, which are capable of conquering the global markets, the better for us. And from that perspective, I think we should be collaborating. And I think the initiatives like the 3 Cs initiative,
is a very good one. Yes, so these are initiatives that bring us closer, that make the voice of our region more heard in in Brussels or in different worldwide places.
You mentioned pandemic, and this is an issue I want to address later on. But if we may, to Professor Turk, I have a question, because you actually offered a SWOT analysis, a brief SWOT analysis of the digital transformation. So if we had the governmental, say, or public perspective and the business perspective, if we could have the scientific perspective, to call it this way. Professor? It's just that we can...
Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot be there in person.
Yeah, it's okay now.
I had many hats in my career. One of them was academic. I was twice minister in Slovenian government and also had a couple of positions in Brussels related to tech policies and to the future of Europe. And just to briefly summarize, where we stand, where the CEE stands, we have strengths, weaknesses, threats and opportunities. And there are things we can do alone, and then there are things that we can do together. The strengths are fairly clear. I mean, we have fairly well-educated young people, a large percentage, relatively large percentage of STEM graduates. We have weak old industry incumbents, so-called champions, lack of legacy technology, which will make an opportunity later. And we have many small, agile countries that we are different, that we are many, that can be an advantage as well. As to the weaknesses, rather low DESI index, there's a major urban and rural divide. Generally, our countries are poorer, there's less investment money available, more difficult to access the capital. The home markets are small, you cannot simply develop anything for the Slovenian market only, for example. There are opportunities, obviously technological leapfrogging, no national champions that we would have to support. We have no sympathy for creating European Google or European cloud, but we want to go beyond that, so innovation, not imitation. We should see regulatory innovation in general, so not about IT, but in the general, how you do business, how you organize your country, so that it is IT friendly, so that it supports digital workflows. And specialization, like artificial intelligence in Slovenia, e-government in Estonia, etc. As to the threats, brain drain, obviously, the general European malaise. I've been going to event similar to this one, basically, for the last 5 years or so. The topic was strategic autonomy. Everybody was talking about strategic autonomy of European digital market with respect to the American high-tech companies. And looks like we may be cold this winter because we didn't achieve and did not think about strategic autonomy in something very important as well, in energy. So this gives you a kind of perspective how wise or unwise sometimes this Brussels bubble is. And I'm sorry that I have to do that, but it's a kind of a message that I keep repeating probably since I was minister for the first time in 2007. Bangaman report in the 90s, mid-1990s, basically said what we have to do, and we are still not doing it. I understand you probably read it before. We have to take actions at European level, at member state level, fostering entrepreneurial mentality, developing common regulatory approach to bring and create Europe-wide markets. It does not mean, the European digital policies do not mean more public money, more financial assistance, more subsidies, more dirigism, and more protectionism. And if you look at what is cooking up, what is coming up out of Brussels, there is actually a lot of exactly that. A lot of protectionism, a lot of dirigism, a lot of regulation. What can we do alone? Establish ambitious national digital policies, national laws friendly to digital workflows, experiment in different countries with different things. Be friendlier to foreign capital, but also to domestic capital, and be friendlier to foreign brain. also to local brain. The only way to reverse brain drain is also make sure that some people are coming to your country. And finally, what we can do together, learning from each other. I think one of the European strengths, also vis-à-vis China, is that we do different things. Our culture is such that we try to do in different countries different things, and then we see what works, what doesn't, and then we can learn from each other. The CEE countries could speak with one voice in Brussels against subsidies, against dirigism, against regulation, against protectionism. You know, this latest idea, it was discussed here in the beginning about this levy on American big tech to pay for digital infrastructures of European telcos is one of these ideas. The kind of two-tier free speech system that is coming up with the Media Freedom Act is another. I think we may have different opinions on that. And establish closer transatlantic ties to innovate, not to imitate. And also try to learn to remember. You know, I remember I was doing web services and stuff like that in the early 90s. It was the United States ecosystem of human rights, of democracy, and of entrepreneurship that created the modern internet. And we have to preserve also this kind of ecosystem, this ground out of which innovation can work.
Thank you for that. And what I'm taking, one of the things that I'm taking out of this analysis is what's been mentioned here many times is the regulation, over-regulation, the tsunami that we heard. And when I think about this, not necessarily in the whole European perspective, but whenever I thought something didn't work out between the public and the private sphere in Poland, it usually was the public procurement issues and regulations, and this was the usual suspect. Like if something didn't work, it was hard to invest in a certain area. This was the problem. And I wanted to ask if there's if you both have a favorite ideas, and Michał, starting with Michał, like is there like this usual suspect, the main issue that usually obstructs investments or projects or cooperation between public and private, especially of course in the area of the digital area?
Thank you very much for having me here today, and thank you very much for the question. Well, I would say that's part of the story. That it is one of the reasons why it doesn't work well. But we have to look closer at also other aspects. So regulation, good regulation, and today we've heard a lot about regulation and how the regulation is important. I mean. When we talk about trustworthy towards the legislation, when we think about transparency and so on. The problem that I see, for example, is I can take an example from our country that the Slovak businesses, if we take small businesses or small and medium-sized businesses or large businesses, they don't care much about regulation. They don't take into account the fact that at some point the regulation will have a real impact on their business. And one of the examples is, for example, Digital Services and Digital Markets Act. We've been dealing with this legislation over the last 2 years in Slovakia, and we've been the organization, the Slovak Alliance for Innovation Economy, that was trying to explain the impact of DSA or DMA on the businesses, and I have to say that the businesses didn't care at all, and that was so surprising for me, and the first step that we need to take, or maybe this is not for every country in the region of Central and Eastern Europe, but certainly this is the fact for Slovakia, that we need to be more vocal when it comes to explaining what the regulation basically means for businesses. It's
educational.
Educational, exactly. Yeah, it's about, I mean, increasing awareness about regulation, what it means being even the policymakers, for example, in our country, are not able to practically explain to the businesses or to the business sector what that particular legislation or if we take DSA or DMA means for the businesses. So this is one of the problems. But if I may just one step back about the region as such, we are a very, very heterogeneous region when it comes to different when it comes to development, and we can see that on the examples of, for example, Slovenia or Estonia. But we can take it as an advantage because we can learn from these countries. I mean, the whole region has been transforming over the last 30 years, and we had to overcome like democratic procedures and so on in our countries, and some of the countries in the region were able to not only think about like democratic procedures, giving some basic frameworks for the economies and so on, but were able to start some real transformation of their countries, like, for example, Estonia or Slovenia. And these countries can be of a very good example for the other countries. So this should be taken as an advantage. So I just wanted to comment on that one.
Okay. At least the part where the obstruction comes, what's the biggest obstacle, the problem on the way to transforming and cooperating between private and public, and especially in the digital zone?
Okay, I have to start with a little story about myself then.
Sure.
I represent Latvian IT companies. I've been with IT for almost all my life, and I'm now active in reimagining how retail works with my tool that I make. So I'm transforming retail in a 100% direct sense. And the biggest problem is, as colleague mentioned, know-how, and they are scared of changes. I wanted also to thank Dr. Turk. Very, very, very good points. We are, in Latvia, I see that our companies can build drones that fly on our own built network of 5G across the country. There are thousands of people who have really high skills in IT, really highly motivated to build new things. And then comes the simple crowd who doesn't understand what is CSV file. And you try to imagine to tell them that you have to analyze data to develop your business. They don't. They don't just know how to do it. They expect some magic to happen with things around IT that some magician will bring them. So if people were only willing to think, to learn, then they will be better on the digital transformation. And Latvia was also very, we have a platform for e-services from government. I heard it from Poland is the same. This is very much good basement for advancing digital transformation. But now, rather than focusing on building e-services for human, because all the portals, all the services are built so that a human being with his eyes can look on it, on click, and get some data. Now the services have to become API first, if you understand what I mean. So machines, systems have to talk to systems. Government databases have to talk together. So Latvian company register have to talk to Polish company register, to Slovak company register, so that we can share who is who. And we can sign contracts, we can trust each other based on not human relationships only, but also APIs that really brings data together.
I was wondering what and how much has changed during those last years that will change many of the things of the way how we see what's around us and how we proceed with anything, pretty much how we perceive our work, how we perceive business, how we perceive what the state is responsible for. And if I could address this kind of a question of what's changed throughout those 2-3 years, say, we have a saying in Poland, koszula bliższa ciału, which means the shirt is closer to your body. So if I could ask both Andrzej and then Justyna to say how many things has changed. I imagine for a company like Asseco in the IT industry and such a large company, it's created a market, or what did it do?
Well, 3 years on one hand is short time, but in IT, in digital space, even sometimes within a few months, we have new things which have been new 3 months ago. Now they are becoming commodity, and maybe 3 months later they will be obsolete. So definitely the pandemic, which I mentioned before, this was this was a major change for all of us, and this has totally accelerated the role of digital in the way we do, in the way we work, in the way actually even communicate. So all the talks we had before pandemic about how maybe in the future we can have remote work, or we have all the remote contacts, doing business in a remote manner, that happened like this. Yes, the companies had to shut down and start working from not from the offices. And I was surprised that we managed to do it. This was when I say we, I don't mean just we as Asseco. I mean in general, we as probably as humans. But at the same time, this created a lot of challenges. Yes, since so many things were moved from analog into digital, that opened up the huge interest from the malicious actors. Yes, from the bad guys, so the challenges on cybersecurity, the previous panel was dedicated to cybersecurity, but the cybersecurity challenges, they are enormous, and they are increasing. And the way the malicious actors collaborate between themselves, I wish we, being on the good side, would be doing the same, yes, because they share information instantaneously. They ad hoc create teams which are focusing on attacking, either to create some havoc or to simply steal money, or do both at the same time. So as digitization picked up, this made the cybersecurity a lot more important than it used to be. I think in our region, in our country, definitely in Poland, but speaking in my colleagues from Asseco, from other Eastern European, Central Eastern European countries, our perception of those cybersecurity challenges has also increased a lot. I think that for many years in our countries, with some exceptions, but our businesses mainly have not been targeted as much, but by the hackers, let's say, as in the Western Europe, or mainly the United States. So we could read on the internet, we could read some information, somebody was attacked, his data was stolen, or his systems were crashed, but we were like, okay, it's happening out there. Yeah? So it's happening in London, it's happening in Washington. Well, probably we are too small to be of interest. That changed. Yes, we are of interest. We are being attacked. So that's another area that changed a lot. And the last thing, we are right now facing a huge gap of skilled people to work on our markets. So the companies which are richer than our companies are offering a lot more money to our people, and so people in our countries working remotely, so they're able to do it. They do work for the companies in the West, let's say, which is good. They are learning, they're making money, they're paying taxes here, so that's a good thing. But they're not available to us, which is actually a challenge in the way we are developing.
Taken that ASECO is active in some critical areas of economies for power industry, for example, I was thinking if this brought ASECO, or basically the IT private sector, closer to the public sector, as well, you know, the public sector depends on somehow in this area on companies like the ones you're president of.
I'm smiling because yes and no. Of course, we as a provider of systems to different government institutions, and this is not only in Poland. We do that in Slovakia, we do that in Czech Republic, we do that in Romania, and many other countries. So we're working with our clients. You know, we have very solid working relations, all governed, of course, by the public procurement law, which has its upsides and has its other sides as well. But I learned to have this opinion that public procurement is really bad, but there is nothing better that has been invented so far. Yes?
I know this saying about a different thing.
Yes, and it's true for other things as well. Okay, but anyway, so from that perspective, we're working closer, and you know, we had to work a lot closer with our clients, and we're able to do it. However, if I think in more like broader strategic terms about the public and the private sector collaboration, I think we have a lot to learn. That's definitely in our country, but also I'm hearing other countries as well. In many countries, actually, the government plays a key role to help their companies grow. So it's not like, okay, let's squeeze this company, let's make them pay, let's make them sweat and blood because they didn't deliver this last line of code in time. Yes, we now will according to in line, of course, with the law, we will now really get them. When I'm hearing, because ASECO is also present in other markets in Western Europe, in the US, in Israel, in Spain. So when we speak with our colleagues from there, it seems like there is more. I would say they are not more relaxed. They are quite demanding just as well. But there is more pragmatism in the approach. Yes. So you know, nobody's demanding things which are undoable. Yes. So if you demand from me that now I will stand on one hand here, with my legs up, no matter how hard you push me, I cannot do it. It's just physically not doable. And I think sometimes that in our case, we have, this will relate to what my predecessor has said about this reluctance to change. So sometimes we see that somebody expects that I will install a new IT solution and this will be like a magic, it will change everything, or I will go to the cloud and I will be in digital heaven. Or there is a total reluctance, like I don't need any of this. This is just money that I will spend. I don't need it. There is no benefit. Forget it. Yeah? And seems like a lot of this extreme approach, either the belief that this will solve all of my problems and I will be happily live forever and ever, or this is not needed at all. Of course, in the middle, the balance is always the key.
So now to move to, well, you said there's more practical approach, I understood, from the public sector. So now the question is to the public sector. Did this whole period of time of last years made you more pragmatic? You, as in the public sector, is the practical approach now more visible, Justyna?
It's like those 2 years were like a roller coaster, let's say, regarding the projects that we were also, let's say this word forced to do, because normally probably we would deliver them in longer period of time. So also this that being forced is not bad sometimes, let's say, as a government, as a total set of governmental institutions. And regarding pragmatic thinking, I think I need to talk about now about myself, but not myself, but more GovTech self, because what we have managed to do at the Chancellor Prime Minister, we have set up a task force that is task force for all the ministries, all the governmental entities to support with challenges that are related to technologies and digital affairs. But at the same time, just transformation, not necessarily digital transformation. And for what I am happy for, because during COVID times and now, unfortunately, war times, our approach as this task force, so a challenge-driven approach, we are not starting with the legislation, after that we are doing something. No, we've noticed the challenge, and we are thinking, okay, what is the best way to solve this challenge? And we were talking about procurement, and that was, to be honest, the first project of GovTech Center at the Chancellor Prime Minister, because we have delivered for back then Deputy Prime Minister Jadwiga Emilewicz, who was running the huge reform of procurement law, and she implemented because of our discussions with startups, with small tech companies. Why aren't you present in the public procurement? Why aren't you delivering tools to the public sector in the level we want to see you? You know, so it turned out that there was a law already present in the procurement, but we noticed that there are some points that really making it very difficult for them to be ready for starting for tenders. I like what the president of SECO mentioned, that what is important is to remember that not every company has huge law departments that enable them to follow some paperwork, etc., regarding tenders. So there should be formulas to be able for those entities, and there are present in our. Thanks to Deputy Prime Minister Jadwiga Emilewicz, who ran this huge reform. That's one thing. And the other thing I can say about those times, it's not necessarily directly connected with the technology, but indirectly. So we get to notice that no technology will be enough regarding schools. Okay, it was great that many corporations also helped us, to have this remote learning, but it make us aware that it is very important to come back to schools and to cooperate with each other, that this teamwork, which is the key competency of the key future skill, it is very difficult to run on this digital area. It is important to meet with each other in person. So I think that is the biggest point and takeaway from those times, that in-person meetings, sorry for being not there, because I know that I am losing a lot by connecting you only online, but it is very important to not forget that technology will not be enough to face the whole challenges of the world.
Well, thank you. But still utilizing the technology, and now to Professor Turk, I was still being in the area of those past 2 years. I was wondering how much this SWOT analysis of yours has changed if you had one 2 years ago, and how much, asking that, I'm asking how much the whole situation changed for our region in terms of the whole analysis and the threats and the weaknesses and so on.
Well, first of all, I think that the analysis I presented could have been presented 2 or 3 or 5 years ago, and I think that's a bad thing because it shows the kind of incapability of Europe in general to seriously catch up with the IT developments in the United States and recently in China. What has happened over the last couple of years is, I think, new kind of self-reliance, self-esteem of the Central and Eastern European countries, not so much caused by COVID, but the whole situation around Ukraine and the whole kind of thinking on the geostrategic position of Europe and of CEE. This gives these countries a kind of bigger role than they used to have it. As to what and how much has changed for us in the higher education, you know, for the last 20 years, we had a course together with Stanford University, a couple of East Coast universities from the States, a couple of German universities, and students and architects were working collaboratively together across the ocean. We have been doing that for the last 20 years. So basically nothing changed with COVID, except that some of the local courses have been done in that way, have been done in that way. And speaking about red tape, you know, and working from home, etc., the actual largest problem with working from home in the COVID times in Slovenia was actually the fact that if you want to work from home, the workspace safety inspection has to come to your home to check if you have safe environment at home. So nothing to do with digital. Internet speeds were not a problem, equipment was not a problem, but some red tape that was kind of softened for the time of the epidemic. That one happened. So I would say that this whole geopolitical situation around the Russian aggression is a much bigger wake-up call for what we have been doing and thinking, and is also grounding us or shifting us maybe a little bit more away, you know, from kind of nice-to-have things, which to some extent includes digital, and rethink, you know, the really important things like energy, food, demographics, etc., which of course can enormously be helped and underpinned by digital. And it's a wake-up call in the sense, I think my friend and colleague Andrianic said that we have to, and when I say we, I mean the West, I mean Europe plus United States, we have to remain on the technological forefront, because that is the only way to keep, you know, all those guys who want a piece of us out, and to create and to develop modern weaponry and stuff like that. So we have to be on the edge, and I think, frankly, we will have to start working harder, studying harder, doing business harder, so that you know, I would say the holiday is over.
So you kind of pushed it to where conclusions come in, and this is what I wanted to. It's usually easier to sum up what's already happened than draw conclusions and maybe forecasts. But this is a task for Edis and for Michał. So I'd like to first, Edis, ask although it's the past years have shown us that it's impossible to predict pretty much anything. Those were shocking events. But if we were just to focus on what's happened and then draw conclusions, what would be the conclusions for now and for, say, next year? Because I don't think predicting further than for a year makes any sense right now. But what should the conclusions be apart from what the professor has just said, that the vacation is over?
In terms of digital transformation, yes. I would say that don't be afraid that machines will do your job. Don't be afraid to change. And the history shows that nobody, like 100 years ago, 40% of the people were working on fields, gathering crops, etc. Now it's automated. And the people are still alive. they still deliver value. So why do people believe that digitalization, digital transformation, new tools, new ways of doing business would be bad? They will only bring good. You will work more efficiently. You will be more productive. Not hard working, but smart working. So my prediction or my wish or my suggestion for the people is don't be afraid of change. Think and act. Don't wait.
The change will come anyway, whether you're hoping for it or you're afraid of it. Michał, so final remarks.
Yes, I can support what has been said. We've been witnessing great development of digital innovation over the last couple of years, and I think the pace will even accelerate in the upcoming years. We have to get ready for that in many areas. And in those areas that we've been discussing today, like the regulation, that is extremely important. The talent that we need to create in our region in order to cope with the main challenges in the digital world. And I think it is also like the events and conferences like this one, and what we've been doing, for example, as associations and different organizations. That's also our job, our work to support for example, the businesses, also to create the bridges between governments and businesses, and improve and basically improve the collaboration. And the future should be about collaboration. Thank you.
Well, I think this is the motto for this conversation. Justyna Orłowska and gentlemen, thank you very much for this discussion. I hope everyone enjoyed it, and thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
So this is almost it. I think you remember Michał, so he's back again for some final remarks.
I remember. Well, thank you very much for your job.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
As usual, perfect.
Well,
thank you all to all our panelists, our guests on site and online. And frankly speaking, I have
still my job.
Yeah. Great, thanks.
No, still.
Full service. So for sure, after this whole day of discussion, I'm sure that the future of our region is digital. Absolutely, our cooperation, our coalition is very good idea, and it's necessary to continue our job, our initiative, our activities. I hope that every year next NTAs from our region will join our community. For sure, cybersecurity, new technologies, AI, IoT, blockchain, is crucial technologies for our development in our region, in whole Europe. For sure, transatlantic cooperation is key for us for next minimum 1, maybe 2 decades, and we are sure that we have to build a partnership with US as a region, as a free seas initiative, as an industry, digital industry in this area. And last remarks that we all are sure that regulations which is creating in Brussels, of course, it's necessary for us, but we have to find balance in these regulations to keep the regulations pro-innovation, pro new businesses, and not against innovation, not against new initiatives. So I hope that every year situation will be better. Thank you one more time for visiting Warsaw. I hope that everything was fine. During evening, our meeting after party, it will be a very good occasion to more informal discussion about all digital issues, and I am sure that till tomorrow morning even we can discuss and look for some good ideas. So thank you very much one more time, and of course the most important thing from my side, see you next year in Warsaw. Thank you very much.
Digital revolution is upon us. It's reshaping every fibre of society and economies around the globe. Digital technology is now a vital part of daily lives, running businesses and even countries. Central Eastern Europe has a part to play in these changes. Our vibrant region is teeming with ambition and potential. It has a chance to reap the benefits of adopting and creating technologies transforming the world. CEE must also face new emerging challenges and threats of the digital era. Navigating the uncharted waters of the digital era is not easy. Let's explore them together. Nations of Central Eastern European are bound by their culture and history. Now CEE also shares a common digital identity. Let's truly express it. Let's seize the opportunities. Let us overcome the challenges ahead. To do it, CEE needs close regional cooperation in the digital aspect. CEE Digital Coalition is here to make it happen. Digital industry organizations from all over the region share a goal of bringing it together on the digital path. Transformation of state and business, regulation, cybersecurity, digital competence, investments in digital technologies, developments of startups and scale-ups, connectivity, and more. Let's stand together on all things digital. Let's discuss the way forward towards digital CEE. Let's celebrate and reinforce our cooperation. Welcome to CEE Digital Summit Warsaw 2022.